I'm Phyllis Jackson. So glad you could join us for Stay at Home Connect.
Top federal health officials testify during a recent House congressional hearing on COVID-19 response. Dr. Anthony Fauci says he's concerned about the recent surge and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical to addressing the increase in cases. Florida, Texas, and California reaching alarming numbers. Fauci says the evidence of community spread is clear and warns the cases involving young people should not be ignored.
If you get infected and spread the infection, even though you do not get sick, you are part of the process of the dynamics of an outbreak, and what you might be propagating inadvertently, perhaps innocently, is infecting someone who then infects someone who then is someone who's vulnerable. That could be your grandmother, your grandfather, your sick uncle, whom have you, who winds up dying.
Early data from clinical trials makes Fauci cautiously optimistic that a COVID-19 vaccine could be available by January of 2021. Imagine one test that can simultaneously check for 3 viruses. CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield says the agency has developed such a test, which will tell doctors if patients have contracted coronavirus as well as 2 strains of influenza, A and B. And we learned during that congressional hearing that Atlanta's Morehouse School of Medicine will receive a $40 million grant from the Department of Health and Human Services. The money will be used to assist in the battle against COVID-19 in minority communities, which have been disproportionately impacted by the virus. Daniel Dawes is the director of the Satcher Health Leadership Institute and associate lead for government relations. He is a health policy expert and the grant's author. Tell us, Daniel, what this grant, which will be, as I understand it, spread out over 3 years, what this grant will do and how you will begin to execute this.
We're going to look at how many, African Americans, for instance, were denied access to ICU beds, right? Or if they did get an ICU bed, how long was the duration of their stay? Did we notice a disparity in terms of the stay? Did we see disparities in terms of folks getting access to remdesivir, right? These drugs that have been proven to ease the burden of this disease, essentially, right? Do we notice in testing that there is still a disparity? Are folks being able to access these tests, right, in communities of color? Will there be an equitable distribution of these resources, these vaccines, these tests, these drugs, these ventilators, you name it? So we're going to be looking at that.
Dawes says they will also look at the underlying comorbidities that lead to worsening outcomes, such as diabetes, cancer, sickle cell anemia, and heart disease. The National Infrastructure for Mitigating the Impact of COVID-19 within Racial and Ethnic Minority Communities Project will work with community-based organizations nationwide to educate and provide information on resources. The network will also link communities to testing, healthcare, and social services. Atlanta City Council member Michael Julian Bond hosts a prayer rally with faith leaders from all denominations. Organizers hope Pray Test will open the door to conversations on race, lead to social change, healing, and peace.
That's it for this edition of Stay at Home Connect. I hope you have a great night.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire, and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
right, everyone. Good morning. We have a very full agenda, so let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, members of the public. My name is Matt Westmoreland. I chair the Community Development and Human Services Committee, which is holding this work session today on our tree protection ordinance rewrite. I'd like to first off welcome my colleagues. We are currently joined by council members Michael Bond, Cleta Winslow, Carla Smith, Jennifer Ide, Antonio Brown, J.P. Mathesite, Amir Baroki, Natalie Archibong. Others will cycle in and out today as their schedules permit. I'm going to hand things off to Ms. Pouladini, who will read a script about the remote nature of this work session, and then I have a few comments before we kick off. So, Ms. Pouladini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This tree protection ordinance work session, hosted by the Community Development Human Services Committee, is being conducted remotely as advertised and as in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The public may access the meeting by dialing 877-579-6743, conference ID 831-599-1256, which was noted on the work session's public notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlantaga.gov, the Council's YouTube channel, or the Council's Facebook or Twitter pages via @ATL Council. Additionally, the public was able to leave comments for the work session up until 2 hours prior to the start of the session at 404-330-6042. The work session agenda, presentations, and supplemental materials were made available on June 24th on the Atlanta City Council Community Development Human Services presentation page. All persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute their phones and speakers. Additionally, all speakers must be acknowledged by the presiding officer prior to speaking. The agenda and presentations were distributed to council members beforehand, and thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. Before we jump into the agenda, I wanted to provide a little bit of context for things that have taken place to get us to this point and talk a little about where we will go from here at the conclusion of this conversation. Most, if not all of you, know that Atlanta's tree protection ordinance, our current draft, is about 20 years old. And over the last couple of years, we have engaged in a series of conversations, first about the urban ecology framework and more recently about the protection ordinance itself, as we work to balance continuing to be the city in a forest as we continue to grow more and more dense. The draft that we will be discussing today was sent to all of us back in early March. This work session was originally scheduled to be an in-person conversation at that time, and COVID-19 obviously changed those plans. So we are having the conversation today. I will say at the outset that all of us know this is the first draft to start us off on this conversation. This topic, unlike many others, inspires a whole lot of passion and dialogue and debate all across the city from a bunch of different perspectives. And we're going to hear from many of those today during the presentation, that in addition to a very robust public comment section, there are 82 messages, all of them related to trees, that will run about 2 hours and 6 minutes before we officially close our work session today. We're being live streamed, and there will be a record of the conversation that we have, in addition to all of the comments that come from the public, all of which will be used to continue revising and making changes to get us to a next draft, which we will consider in the months ahead, likely in at the end of August or the beginning of September. Our goal was to have an ordinance adopted by the end of August, and COVID has delayed that a bit as well. But we are on track to adopt a strengthened ordinance by the end of this year, and that will be a result of the work of the council members who are on this call, of our staff in the Department of City Planning, of the stakeholders, a number of nonprofits and experts, some of whom we'll hear from today, many of whom we'll hear from in public comment. All of them will be a part of this conversation over the next several weeks and months. This is the first step in a broader, longer conversation. And I am grateful that we are all here, and I'm going to pass things off to Commissioner Tim Keene, who, along with his team, will present a bit of an overview about how we got here, the draft that we have before us today. We will then hear from A couple of stakeholders, including a member of our Tree Conservation Commission who has worked with a number of nonprofits to discuss this issue and things that are important to those groups as we move forward. And then there'll be discussion amongst council members, and then we will play public comment, and then have a few closing remarks at the end and next steps. So with all of that, thank you for coming. And Commissioner, I will hand things off to you and your team.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland. I'll just make a few remarks and then hand the presentation off to Andrew Walter from my office. Then myself, Andrew, Elizabeth Johnson, also in the Commissioner's office, and David Zaparanek, who's our lead arborist, will be available to answer questions. As Councilmember Westmoreland said, our existing tree ordinance is quite old, and there's a lot of dissatisfaction with it from all parties, and that is primarily because it does an inadequate job of protecting trees, which it's intended to do. So it doesn't do a great job of that. And also the process within the tree ordinance is convoluted and unpredictable. So it's a little bit of a kind of worst case scenario. So I think there's a lot of consensus that a new ordinance is needed. From our standpoint in the planning department, and considering all that we must that relates to the city's growth and development, as you all know, we feel strongly about the importance of the natural condition of Atlanta and its relationship to the city and the urban parts of Atlanta as being what makes Atlanta distinctive. And in Atlanta city design, as a matter of fact, nature is one of the key principles. And we feel strongly that as Atlanta grows, as it should and can, that nature should be protected and thrive in that process as well. It's tricky, and the tree ordinance is related entirely to, of course, regulating trees on private property. So there's many opinions to consider when it comes to that. So we have been working on the tree ordinance, as Councilmember Westmoreland said, and had produced a draft in March. Since things were delayed in association with this crisis, we have, and actually leading up to what was going to be a work session in March, we had conversations with various groups, conservation groups, as well as the builder community, leading up to that work session. And then since that work session was delayed, we've continued talking and have some thoughts about where to go from here. We'll, at the end of Andrew's presentation, talk about next steps. But just, related to the things that we have to consider that we feel strongly about is as I said, the critically important aspect of nature in the city and trees specifically. And there's lots of, obviously, environmental reasons for that as well. But we also have other goals as a city. It's important that people can build and live affordably in Atlanta. It's important that we are finding other ways to get around and that we're enabling lots of mobility options. So we can't think of this in isolation. We have to tie it to, what is our broader strategy for how the city grows in a way that is overall of quality, not just isolating one issue at a time, but actually thinking more comprehensively about what makes a better and better Atlanta. So I hope you'll see that. I think you will in Andrew's presentation. And that's really it for me, Councilmember Westmoreland. If we could bring Andrew in, he'll go through our slides. I might participate just in a little way in the slides, but Andrew can take us through them.
Okay. Sounds great.
This is Andrew Walter with the Department of City Planning. Can you hear me okay? hear you. Okay, good. So I will wait for a second. I'm looking at the feed. I don't see the presentation up yet.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. Council staff will put it up online for people who are watching at home, but you can use the one that's right in front of you, and just let us know whenever you're ready to move to the next slide.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide. And so the Atlanta city design, when Commissioner King spoke about the broader vision of what this ordinance needs to fit into, it was referring to the Atlanta city design, which was finished about 2 years ago. So it's the vision that city planning has for how Atlanta should grow over the next decade. And anticipating pretty significant growth up to, potentially up to 3 times the population over the next 30 to 40 years. That Atlanta city design identifies nature as one of the key values of the city. And so that a follow-on study to Atlanta city design, the urban ecology framework, assessed the environmental conditions in Atlanta and identified those areas that are most important to be protected and restored and accentuated to incorporate nature into more of the life of people here in the city. And then the tree ordinance is a follow-on to that urban ecology framework to primarily protect tree canopy. There's a lot of other components that we're going to be doing, or a lot of other programs that we're going to be doing to enhance the canopy, but the tree protection ordinance is just one piece of that, but a very important piece. Now, because this is a tree protection ordinance, I think I would be remiss if I didn't briefly touch on the benefits of urban trees. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. The benefits of trees, I think probably most people who are listening know benefits of urban trees are tremendous, from the ones that we all recognize as providing wildlife habitat even in the city and protecting some biodiversity, but also providing environmental services that are important to the city. Important to our residents, such as clean air and clean water and managing urban heat island effects from, excessive pavement. But I think one of the really interesting aspects that has been increasingly recognized in the last 20 years through studies that actually quantify the benefits to mental health and community cohesion due to tree canopy and green spaces. There's some studies out of the University of Illinois that show that access to green space and tree canopy reduces mental stress and depression and creates opportunities for community cohesion that measurably reduces like domestic violence rates and suicide rates and even rates of some crimes. So there's a lot of benefits that may not be fully noticed when people see our tree canopy. And then, next slide, please, slide 4. And then, of course, is Atlanta, and we've probably all been hearing that Atlanta is now known as the city in the forest. And our urban forest and canopy are really central to the identity of Atlanta as a city and is critical to the livability of our city. And there's a delay on the slide. It's a pretty picture reminding us what we're trying to protect. Next slide, please. Slide 5. The vision for our preservation is we're going to have parcel-specific preservation goals. We are going to value all trees more highly because we protect what we value. But we're also, one of the big changes that we're looking to make is that we're going to distinguish between trees and value, identify the ones that are more valuable to the city and to our environment and protect those more. Next slide, please. So the elements that you're going to see on the slide here in a second are really critical to the success of a tree protection ordinance. And the first one of those is design. And we're going to be looking for better design all around of construction. Most of the trees in Atlanta that are lost during construction. And the trees are taken down not just where the buildings and the parking lots are actually sited, but there's a lot of site preparation and clearing and grading that goes to prepare those sites for the buildings. And there's a lot of trees lost during that process. If we had design that was more sensitive to the topography and to the natural conditions of the site, and the design adapted itself to the site rather than making the site adapt itself to the design, then we would be able to save a lot more trees. And I think probably have more interesting design as well. As Commissioner Keene mentioned, the city has other priorities, and so we need to make sure that this tree ordinance accommodates that. Affordable housing, our equity challenges, and transportation, are mentioned specifically here. The other thing about this ordinance is it needs to be clear and be able to be applied uniformly and consistently in nearly all the situations that we're going to encounter in the city. So we want to try to eliminate as many gray areas as possible because predictability and consistency of any building regulations is really essential for builders to plan and know what they're getting into when they purchase a lot and start thinking about development. And also implementation is key too. If the tree ordinance conflicts with other ordinances, then that's going to cause problems and make it difficult to implement. And the other thing that we need to keep in mind is staff resources, that the more nuanced or more customer interaction we need, the more resources, especially staff time, we need. It could create a better situation, but we just have to be very cognizant of the resources that we have. Now, the ordinance is going to be building directly on top of the Atlanta City Design Vision. This map right here, for those of you who are not familiar with it, this map, I'm sorry, I'm not used to the next slide, please. That would be slide 7. What you'll be seeing in the slide is a map from the Atlanta City Design Vision, a very simple map showing 2 broad categories of land use or urban character. There will be the growth areas, which you'll see in tan on this map, and then the conservation areas in the green. For those people who are not familiar with city design, the conservation areas are not conservation areas in the sense of natural systems conservation like we think of sometimes, but more conservation of character of neighborhoods. Given the significant growth that we're anticipating in the city, this plan is designed to focus growth. This is the plan. The steps to focus that growth in these growth areas, which are shown in tan here, are yet to be laid out, but this tree ordinance will be the beginning of it. That's where the density and the growth is anticipated to be concentrated, leaving the conservation areas in green, which are largely single-family residential neighborhoods. There's some neighborhood commercial, a little bit of industrial, shown here as production areas. But the character in those areas is not anticipated to change much. In other words, the single-family neighborhoods will remain single-family. And as you can see, the real point of this slide is the majority of our canopy and the majority of our city land area is in these conservation areas. So getting our preservation standards right in these single-family neighborhoods is really going to be the tool that saves our tree canopy. In the conservation areas, the tan areas, we will understandably be able to preserve fewer trees. We're going to focus on preserving the very best there, but then have really good, high-quality replantings in the most critical areas along streets and in urban plazas and pocket parks where people can access them. Next slide, please. This upcoming slide just shows a picture of the shots of Peachtree Street, and it just shows how this approach, these dense corridors with residential neighborhoods alongside, that is really how we already grow. We're just going to be being a little bit more intentional about that. The slide you will about to see, it's Peachtree Street, and you can see the very dense green Ansley Park neighborhood right behind it. So that's the idea that we're going to be promoting through both the Atlanta City Design and then the tree ordinance responding to that. Okay, so that is the end of my preamble. The rest of this presentation is going to get into the specifics of kind of the high points of what we're seeing, what we're anticipating in this next ordinance, and where this diverges from what our current code says. Now, it has been 3 months since we released this draft, and we have been working on the next steps and so we've been getting a lot of public comment and paying attention to those, and also testing and revising the draft, or testing and looking at the draft that we came out with. And I'm going to be pointing out the areas where our current thinking is evolved beyond what the current draft language says. Next slide, please. So in our first draft, we presented a tree valuation system that was quite complex, but the philosophy or the theory behind that was that we needed a system that was able to distinguish the more important trees, the more important trees to say the trees that are providing more benefits to the city from the trees that are providing fewer benefits. We're still a bit behind. Next slide. Go ahead and advance to the next slide then. This is a list of the topics we're going to be discussing. That's showing now that the next slide we'll be talking about tree value. So that will be slide 10. So the current tree ordinance, the only values that it places on trees are based solely on size. The larger the tree, the more expensive it is, not the more protection. The draft ordinance came up with a categorization system for trees that was based on valuing the trees both on size and a series of environmental factors, largely related to where the trees sit on the site and what the site conditions were, that when compiled together would give each tree a score, which would then categorize it in this 1 through 5 category system, with 5 being the highest, and different levels of valuation placed on those. When we started testing and trying to calibrate the system after the draft was released, we realized that it did not work as we had intended it to, and it was extraordinarily complicated. Way more complicated than it really needed to be. The next slide, please. So we realized that we needed a change. We were hearing a lot of comments. Oh, yes. So when we moved on from this system, sorry, I apologize for my hesitation trying to play catch up with these slides. The system that we developed our draft so that we has moved away from the simple tree valuation and preservation system that we developed, but not the thinking that went behind it, which is valuing the more important, the more environmentally significant trees higher. We've also been discussing with stakeholders and looking at comments, and one of the groups that we've been speaking to is a group called the City and the Police, which I believe is going to be presenting later today in this presentation. And they have presented a system to us of valuing trees and preserving trees that accomplishes very much what we were trying to do in a much simpler approach. And so rather than having these multiple categories, these 5 categories of trees, we're going to be identifying high-value trees, which are healthy, mature, native trees. And these trees are likely to vary by species that are going to be on the larger end. We're going to be talking about heritage trees. I'll talk about these more later, but these are special trees that are individually designated for protection based on historic importance or importance to the community. And then we will be discussing or talking about categories of environmentally contributing trees. And this really is where the environmental factors that we were bringing into the last preservation system would apply. These are to add special protections for trees and stream buffers and floodplains and street trees and other trees that are shading large expanses of pavement that are heating our cities up. And then, in general, the value system is going to value native trees higher than non-native trees because they provide more ecological benefits. Next slide, please. This next slide has to do with tree preservation and clear cutting. And again, the draft TPO, the draft tree protection ordinance, we are moving away from that preservation and valuing system. But the point of this slide is really, this is slide 12, is that the current code requires saving trees in the building setbacks. But it doesn't provide any guidance on what to do when there's a large tree and a small setback, and disturbance within the buildable area would impact that tree. And making the ordinance somewhat unenforceable or ambiguous at best. So with the new tree ordinance, we are moving away from looking at setbacks as a prime tool for preservation, or prime area for preservation. And with our draft system and with the system that we're now thinking about for valuing these trees, is we will be valuing the higher value trees wherever they are on the site, regardless of whether they're in the setback or not, and preserving them to the best that can be done where they are on the site. To this end, we are going to be proposing administrative variances to zoning setbacks to give people more flexibility on where they can build in the lot. This would allow the planning department, upon the advice of the arborist, to reduce the building setbacks, to allow the building to be moved into it if it preserves significant trees. This is something that we need feedback on because this is a fairly significant change. And also, we've been hearing a lot of comments about clear cutting, and we have a provision in the current draft that prohibits clear cutting in most residential sites. We are still holding on to all those principles, even though the valuation system is changing. What we're thinking for the specific preservations with this new system is a certain number, or a certain percentage of all the high value trees, again, that mature. Next slide, please. This is slide 12. So we are thinking that a certain percentage of all the healthy, mature, native trees are preserved. A proportion of all the younger trees are also, smaller and younger trees are also preserved, so that we have regeneration of canopy coming up, all ages on site. And then also significant replanting on site to make sure that the areas that are cleared do get replanted so you have future canopies. The preservation and planning requirements are going to vary depending on lot size rather than zoning category. The zoning category is what is presented in the current draft, but we think that it's a better approach to tie it to lot size. It actually responds to the conditions of the site better, and also responds to the Atlanta city design character, where the lot sizes generally trend towards different characters within the city. Next slide, please. There have been concerns about affordability, especially because we are considering raising the cost of recompense, which I will talk about in a second. So we are including a carve-out exemption for affordable housing projects from the tree ordinance for the recompense portion of that, as well as a recompense cap for private property based on the land value. Slide 15, please. Heritage trees are a category of trees that I mentioned earlier. This is something that's not recognized in the code right now, but we're proposing a category of trees that probably wouldn't be used very much, but it would be a tool to allow any resident to nominate an important tree, a tree that's important to the community for historic reasons, for community reasons, for cultural reasons, that could be provided special status by Tree Conservation Commission, authorized by City Council. This would be akin to historic preservation standards. Next slide, please. Afforestation, which just means replanting, or putting trees on sites that don't have them. Afforestation requirements. This is an update of what is already in the current code. We currently have minimum tree cover on lots after construction. We are raising that number so we're getting more planting on site. But also we are changing the unit. The current ordinance has a certain number of DDH, which is the cumulative diameter of all the trees on site. That was problematic because a site that began with no trees on site, it was very difficult to meet those requirements strictly through new plantings because new trees are so small. So we have set that to a number of trees to ensure that every site has adequate canopy coverage. Next slide, please. This next slide will have to do with recompense fees, and this is a significant change. The current ordinance has a set value for tree recompense. If a tree is cut down and the required replanting to make up for that tree can't be planted on site, then the owner of the site has the opportunity to pay into the tree recompense fund. Currently, the cost for that recompense is low enough that it does not cover the cost for the city to plant those required trees. And that is due to the fact that it has not been updated in 20 years. And these are still prices from 2001, 2002 when this ordinance was first passed. Those current prices are $100 per tree and plus $30 per inch of diameter of that trunk. We are proposing to raise that to market value again. We are going to set that based on the value of the cost of the city to plant a tree, and we will peg that value. We will peg that recompense cost to the city's cost, so we will be updating it every couple of years based on what the contract price is. We are anticipating that cost will be about $200 an inch. That will have to be confirmed with the fee study, but that's based on a preliminary look at what we're paying to plant our standard 2.5-inch tree, 2.5-inch diameter tree. One of the other things that we are proposing in the current draft, and we'll like to carry over in the next draft, is that we are intentionally charging more for recompense than the value of the trees planted. And that is really to encourage people to plant the trees, to make it cheaper to plant the trees on site than it is to pay the city to do it. And that's better, I think, for everybody all around. We get better distribution of trees, we get lower costs for the builders, and we get more tree canopy for the property owners. The next slide, please, this next slide shows where if we do land at $200 an inch, you have to verify that with the fee study. But this next slide shows what where we fall in as far as others compared to other cities and what we're charging, what we would be charging for tree recompense. The next slide will show you that Decatur and Portland, Oregon are charging $175 an inch. Washington, D.C., Brookhaven, Austin, Texas are $200 an inch, and then the prices go up from there all the way up to $600 in some cases. And these are general. There's different criteria and these various codes for higher costs for more important trees too. Next slide, please. Stormwater management, we have heard many concerns that trees are being removed just to meet the new post-development stormwater requirements, especially on single-family houses. We've been hearing over and over that trees are coming down to install dry wells or other stormwater management features. So we're putting some restrictions on that to show basically that you can't meet the stormwater requirement through any other way. Basically to push for more creativity and better design there. The other thing is that we are seeing that there's a hesitancy to plant trees in green infrastructure and commercial sites where there's usually enough room to do so. So we are trying to incentivize that by giving double credit for trees planted in green infrastructure facilities. Next slide, please. The next slide speaks to parking lot tree planting standards. This is also an update of what is in the current code. The current code doesn't require, in our opinion, enough tree coverage over those parking lots to reduce the heat island effect, and also doesn't require enough planting area for those trees to reach a mature, healthy size and live for a long time. So we are upping the number of trees, or changing the requirements, the distribution requirements within the parking lot, so we get a more even distribution of shade, and also increasing the planting requirements to allow for better trees, more soil area to give trees longer lives and bigger canopies. Next slide, please. We should be up to slide 21. And the feed is lagging. Okay, so the parking lot standard. I'm going to pause for just a second to let it catch up. So if you could move on to slide 21. I'll talk about this topic. You can see the words in a second. We are also proposing, in response to comments that we've gotten, that residents who want to remove a single tree, they may have a very well-forested lot, but they want to remove a single tree, and that can be very burdensome. So we're proposing, in the current draft, we're proposing one tree or 5% of the total area of stem inches on site to be removed every 3 years. With our valuation standards changing, we're going to be changing that threshold. That we're saying one tree, possibly 18 inches, and that is really a surrogate for wherever our high-value trees. Remember, those are the mature, healthy, native trees. It may be around 18 inches. That number will be adjusted, but that was thrown in to kind of give an idea to everyone what we're thinking about for feedback. The other consideration is we think that it would probably be worth evaluating non-native trees, the smaller non-native trees, at zero, so you can cut those at will. These would be crepe myrtles and Leland cypresses and trees that they can be very pretty and useful, and attractive to the owner, but aren't providing as much public good as some of the larger trees and native trees. Next slide, please. The next slide deals with the permitting of public and private trees. So trees growing on public property and trees growing on private property right now require two different permits. They have two different sets of replanting and recompense requirements. And so if there is a private development project that is taking down a public tree, say a street tree, they have to get two different tree removals. They have two different sets of tree removal plans and two different sets of tree removal permits they have to get. This is onerous for everyone and confusing, and so we are proposing to merge all tree permitting, or to bring all tree permitting, public and private trees, under the Department of City Planning, and also have the same recompense and replanting standards for public and private trees. And one of the other things that we've heard many times, and you all have heard, the City Council has heard this too, is that the replanting requirements for public trees, which are largely taken out for public projects, transportation and utility projects especially, is that those replanting standards are very onerous and hard to meet and expensive. And so we are providing some relief for the linear public projects, sewers and roads. Those are the ones that don't have as much design flexibility to avoid the better trees. So we want to have a simpler process for them and provide them some relief so these projects can keep moving forward. Next slide, please. This has to do with posting. There are not a lot of changes being proposed in the current draft as far as postings go. The one thing that we are proposing is currently, for those who are not aware, that we require two postings. One posting when a tree removal permit is applied for. There's a sign that goes out on the site simply saying the tree removal permit has been applied for. Once the arborist is reviewed and given preliminary approval for those plans, the second sign goes out there on the site, and that is the point at which appeals can be filed. We are proposing to put the first posting online rather than on site. That will save staff time to put the sign out, as well as provide more availability of that information to anybody who has access to the web, rather than just someone who happens to pass by the site. The second posting would be on site, and the time frame is still the same. We're currently also have different posting schedules for public and private trees, and we're going to be combining those to the to the private standard. We are thinking, though, and this is an idea that we want some feedback on, is we have heard repeatedly that the appeals process can be very burdensome to builders, both the time and the uncertainty of the outcome. So we are proposing that if we can develop some fairly strict standards that we can all agree to, that if a builder or any resident can meet those strict standards, that project could be exempt from appeal. Again, the standards have not been determined yet, but we're going to want some feedback on that. I think that could be a real benefit to a lot of people. The Tree Trust Fund, there have been numerous comments about the lack of transparency into the tree fund, and what looks like what could be unauthorized expenses coming out of there, overspending on salaries, etc. We have been working to correct those. In the last couple of years, we have made some process changes to better get a handle on those expenses, but we're proposing, next slide, please, yes. We're proposing the solutions that are shown here under the draft TPO-V1. Some of these will not appear in the actual code. They may just be administrative changes that we wanted to show that these changes. And Commissioner Keene, we've got some tree trust fund projections on the next slide. So next slide, please. And Commissioner Keene is going to speak to these tree trust fund projections.
Thank you, Andrew. We just wanted to provide an update on the tree trust in terms of the amount of money that's in the tree trust today, and then some projections we've been doing over the next 3 years. This will be on the next slide when it comes up, but what you'll see is when we started the current year, we were at $14.5 million in the tree trust. So that's one piece of information. One benefit of seeing this as well is you can see where the expenditures are distributed. So, for instance, in the current year, operating expenses out of the tree trust, where almost 60% of the expenditures are tree planting. Those are the contracts that the city has with other entities to do the tree planting, and that's almost 60% of the entire budget. Also, 15% of the current fiscal year budget out of the tree trust is associated with personnel, 15%. So 85% of that budget then is tree planting and personnel, with almost 60% being tree planting. Also, what you see here, and by the way, in the next fiscal year, those numbers were about 45% of the costs will be in the tree planting contracts, and the same amount, 15%, in personnel. Also, what you see here is in the current year, as council knows, council has authorized purchase of a large property on the South River District for conservation, the Lake Charlotte property, and that's reflected in this accounting. And then also what you see in this accounting is our expectation that we will continue those land conservation efforts over the next couple of years, and that's why you see those numbers represented. These are projections and hopes that we'll be able to buy additional land for conservation, and then where we end up with in the out year in terms of total funding in the tree trust at that point. So just wanted to give an update on the status of the tree trust. Andrew, you can keep going.
All right. Next slide, please. The next slide will discuss early tree plan review, and this has been recognized for a long time as being an issue, or the issue is this, that the tree plans, the arborist plan review, usually occurs at the very end of a building permitting process, by which point many of the other plans have already been approved. The site plan, the building plans, fire plans. So any changes that are necessary based on a tree plan review could affect all of those plans that have already been approved. So that late catching of the problems makes change more difficult, and it can cost a lot more time and a lot more money because there's a lot more revisions involved. Early tree plan review could really stem those late changes and be better for everybody. We have already started making those changes. We have introduced the Concept Review Committee since last summer that right now is looking at only at subdivisions and rezonings, but that is a kind of a concept level. Before there's even a plan, the applicants would come in and sit down with the members of several different offices that review plans so that they know what all the requirements are up front on a site-specific level. That's been a very good process. It also takes a lot of time. So we are making administrative changes right now to move the tree plan review up to the very beginning of the permitting process. So it would go in coincidental with the zoning plan review. An even better approach in some cases may be to have a concept level review, like with the Concept Review Committee, but for projects that may not fit in there, due to that aren't subdivisions or aren't rezonings. And that may be for, if we could do that for the more complicated sites, we could probably, there would be more collaboration between the builders and the arborists and less conflict. It's just a matter of staff resources. And we are anticipating, with the current budget set and revenues declining, we'll just have to, see what we can do. We're a little hesitant to codify any mandatory requirements that would involve more staff time if we're not sure that we can, that we'll have that staff. So those are changes that may not make it into the code, but they can certainly be done administratively until we're sure about the resources. Next slide, please. This has to do, the next slide is on subdivisions, and there are not very many large parcels in the city or large undeveloped areas large enough for traditional residential subdivisions. And many of those large areas or parcels are pretty well forested. Traditional subdivision is not, residential subdivision is not a very space efficient approach to development. There's a lot of roads put in, a lot of areas dedicated to roads, the utilities are run long distances, and even the subdivisions of lots can create more disturbance. To incentivize cluster conservation subdivisions, these are developments where the lots are smaller and clustered closer together. The infrastructure, the amount of road needed to access those is a smaller portion of the site. And then larger areas of the site are held kind of as common property, and a lot more trees can be saved in those. To incentivize this, we are going to be proposing, along with this tree ordinance, some changes to the zoning code for the PDH, which is Plan Development Housing, and the PDCS, Plan Development Conservation Subdivision, and to allow an increase in the number of units allowed in those developments if a substantial portion of the site is preserved, the forested portion of the site is preserved in a conservation easement or some sort of a deed restriction. This we need to discuss with the building community, obviously, but we need some feedback from the general public too on whether this would be an acceptable proposal. And so that is the next slide, please. That is the end of the topics. I do want to highlight a few things that we really want additional feedback on. We are going to be following this up hopefully early next week with a survey that will be on our website and emailed out as well, to ask opinions on these and possibly other questions. The questions hopefully will be appearing in the next slide, which are, again, it has to do with those administrative zoning setback variances, the ones that don't have to go through a public process, that be done, the administrative changes to zoning setbacks to save trees. What I just discussed, the increase in density allowed in the PDH and PDCS. The topic of one free tree removal every 3 years. It says 18 inches there. That is kind of to give an idea. That may not be the actual size or threshold. And then this idea of having strict standards for tree preservation that, if met, would exempt that project from appeal. I think that could really be an incentive to really do the right thing. Next slide, please. So this concludes the presentation. We will be posting all the public comments that we've received, at least since this draft. We'll be posting those on the website on City Planning. It's the Urban Ecology Framework page on the City Planning website. The Urban Ecology Framework document, the report, we have a draft form of that. We are reviewing that right now, and hopefully we'll be releasing that soon. We also have a lot more stakeholder discussions to do, especially since we're shifting the direction on this tree valuation and preservation system. We're going to continue working with the stakeholders we've been working with. We're going to be reaching out to all of the groups, especially in the development community and the conservation community, for more input and to really hone these standards. And we are looking at a submission of version 2 in September, October to Council for adoption. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if at any point you would like to queue up to begin asking your questions, just send me a short note and I will stick you at the top of the list and work down from there. Before we move into a more robust discussion, Andrew just mentioned that the continuing conversations that will be taking place with stakeholders over the next several weeks and months. We are going to hear next a short presentation led by Chet Tisdale, who is a member of our Tree Conservation Commission. This morning around 9:14 a.m., Ms. Polidini sent out the deck that will be used during this next kind of 10-minute stretch of the conversation. And then after that, with concepts that various stakeholder groups believe are important to make sure are in our final draft. And then at that point, we will open it up to questions and comments from council members for the balance of the discussion portion before we move into public comment. So with that, I will hand things over to Mr. Tisdale, and your slides will be shown on the live stream, and then all members of council will have the slides in front of them as well. So, Mr. Tisdale.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. I am an environmental lawyer and a member of the Tree Conservation Commission. Trees are the dominant feature in Atlanta's landscape. Trees cover 48% of our land. Trees provide environmental, health, and economic benefits to our city. However, as you have heard, and as you see every day, Atlanta is losing trees at an alarming rate. The existing tree protection ordinance, as Commissioner King and Andrew Walter have talked about, it's not protecting our trees. I reviewed the March 2020 draft that was prepared by a consultant for the city for a new tree protection ordinance. That draft would make it easier to cut down trees and pay a small fine. Enacting that draft would result in the loss of more trees. That draft is simply unacceptable. Atlanta needs and it deserves an ordinance that increases our tree canopy while protecting the right of every owner to develop their property in a reasonable manner. After reflecting on this and talking to other members of the Tree Commission, I concluded that submitting more comments on the March 2020 draft would just not be productive. I knew many people in Atlanta who were interested in the new tree ordinance, so I organized a group to draft a new ordinance to present to you today, and we submitted it last night to Councilmember Westmoreland. Our group is very diverse. It includes people from all over Atlanta. It includes members of the Tree Commission, 3 members, an arborist, an ecologist, members of several tree protection organizations, developers, lawyers, members from watershed protection organizations, and other interested citizens. 2 members of our group will present to you today a summary of the group's draft ordinance, Catherine Cole and Tirson Boutet. We have sent our draft to the City Planning Department. We've also been talking with Andrew Walter, David Zaporanik, about some of the key issues that are in our draft, and we've been talking with them for some time. Our goal is to work with all of you, with the City Planning Department, and with others to prepare a tree protection ordinance which Atlanta can be proud of. A tree protection ordinance which the city and the forest deserves. An ordinance which will protect Atlanta's trees and increase our canopy. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today, and I'm now going to turn it over to Catherine Cole.
Thank you, Chet, for that introduction. I'm actually going to go through the slideshow, and you can see the first slide right there, City in the Forest. And what we need is, and I have done a great deal of work along with other folks to come up with a draft that actually accomplishes our goals. And we've been working on this for probably 6 months to 2 years, depending on how you count. And so I'd like to go through a couple of highlights and just introduce why we have such a special urban forest in the city of Atlanta. Let's go to the next slide, please. So why do we have such a special urban forest? Unlike other cities, our major growth came late in the 20th century after air conditioning. Suburban sprawl patterns skipped over forested areas that are now within the city limits of Atlanta. Many of these areas are on steep slopes. These steep slopes were not farmed. Next slide, please. Many of these areas were steep slopes. They were not used for farming and were not considered buildable until now. Atlanta is a city of hills. Of course, we know Beecher Hills, the Highlands, Collier Heights, Druid Hills. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry, in our older neighborhoods as well, we had trees that were built on houses that were built on foundations, and they saved the trees back in the day for shade. The next slide, I hope we're in the right place, shows a large tree and a man in a green shirt with a soil sample. So in our older neighborhoods, these older trees indicate rich, ungraded soils, and these soils are the healthiest for trees and the best for stormwater retention. This particular slide shows a large tree, an old-growth tree, just sitting in a backyard that's harboring these high-value soils. There are many backyards like this throughout Metro Atlanta. Next slide, please. What we found today is that with new building trends, tear downs are now the norm. Next slide, please. And we're losing almost all the trees on redeveloping lots. Next slide, please. And when we scrape and grade our lots, which is the current way of building, next slide, please, we lose nearly all of our backyard trees and our side yard trees. And the backyard trees and the side yard trees are really where the urban forest lives. Much of the urban forest is in those areas. Next slide, please. When we build homes with much larger footprints, we call this fault density. And because these houses hold the same number or oftentimes even fewer residents than the previous modest-sized house. And projects with fewer trees and larger impervious areas exponentially increase stormwater runoff. Yet the cost for this stormwater runoff and infrastructure repairs and upgrades are borne by all city taxpayers. Next slide, please. As we know, about 95% of Atlanta's trees and forests is on private property, and about 80% of that is located in single-family residential zoning. So what happens with a tree ordinance is going to really shape how Atlanta looks environmentally and for its trees and urban forests for the future. So we have worked a great deal, and we've come up with some ways to do this. How do we build and save trees? We don't have to pick either or. And so we've come up with a 4-step plan. The first part of that plan is to put trees at the beginning of the process. Our current ordinance put trees at the end of the permitting process, which we talked about before. It's really difficult to make changes, and they're costly and impractical at that point. Our draft creates a pre-application conference, which is done before major investment in a site plan is made. We combine this with a carrot of early posting appeals so builders can eliminate delays and save changes and not have to make tree changes at the end of the permitting process. Next slide, please. That will be step 2. We should have, we had step 1, and then we'll have step 2. So if we can't save all our trees, let's go ahead and save the best trees. When we value our best trees in urban forests, that we need a value system to do that. Right now, if you can advance to the next slide, which is number 2, we'll say number 2, valuing our best trees in urban forests. When we need a better value system, and the citizens draft has come up with a good way to do that. We call it the tree value matrix and a forest value assessment. The tree value matrix is accessible to anybody with an app or Android. You could just go online. It's an app. You can download it. And then we have a forest value assessment, and this can help prioritize the best trees or urban forest areas that we might want to preserve, given that we will probably lose some trees and some urban forest areas. Next slide, please. Our valuation system uses science-based criteria for valuing species, size, health, condition, and ecological value to identify those trees that provide the most benefits. And as you can see by the slide, it turns out, we might think of this as intuitive, we understand this, but scientifically it turns out that the urban forest areas with the highest ecological value are also those urban forest areas with the highest green infrastructure, stormwater retention, and so forth. Next slide, please. So one of the most important parts of this is we need a balance between tree protection and building. Today, we're out of balance. We're losing most of our trees on these redeveloping sites. Our draft, and we already have language for this, balances tree protection, and it includes safeguards that ensure that builders can always find a reasonable use and development of the property, and we've delineated these out by zoning districts. Our draft also includes an exemption where a homeowner can remove a lower value tree using our value system without having to pay recompense. Next slide, please. And of course, it's key that we have enforcement that works. In the current draft, illegal tree removal is actually a benefit to builders because the current fees and fines are an affordable cost of doing business, and it also saves the builder time, and there are really no significant penalties. So I think we all know our current ordinance has a shortcoming in this area. Our draft raises fees for illegal tree removal to a deterrent level, and then it also allows for other penalties such as criminal prosecution and professional censure. Next slide, please. So I'd like to end on this note. This is an example of a win-win in a situation in Kirkwood where the builder wanted to take down the very large, probably about 200-year-old red oak tree to put in a house. And the neighbors had to go through the appeals process, spending a lot of time and resources. But some of the neighbors were architects. They were able to help the builder design, move the house over a few feet, put it on piers, and the appeal was upheld, and so the builder did move the house over a few feet. We did put it on piers. We saved the tree. We built the house. The house sold quickly for, I think, around $600,000. This is several years ago. It would probably be more now. So this is the kind of common sense approach that our draft would have as a matter of course, not relying on citizens to have to come through the appeals process to have these kinds of things take place. Thank you so much, and I'll now turn this over to Tirsa Boutte.
Well, hello,
minute or two left, and then we're going to open it up to questions from council members.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Tirsa Boutte. It's a real honor to get a chance to talk to you folks. The Citizens Ordinance, as I like to call it, puts trees first in many of the city's processes, and it will really result in saving more existing trees. But there's other things in our draft too. It's going to create much greater planting success because there are detailed specifications that are tailored to our area. It's going to result in much greater success when arborists like me try to save trees. The city will hold money in escrow until a project is complete, and this will change the equation and the relationship between developers and arborists and provide a unified incentive so that everyone will be working towards the same goal of saving trees during construction. Our new draft is remarkable for the way that it avoids recompense fees that are unfair towards developing neighborhoods. It's important that the tree ordinance be about trees and protecting trees all across our great city, not just about using trees to enforce existing disparities. I'm very proud of that achievement. Many of the innovations that we have created must be carefully implemented in order to work. That's why it's important for this citizens draft to be considered and for the citizens who create it to be part of the process moving forward. We need to be there to make sure that these innovations are properly implemented. Now, speaking of the pride that's gone into this, there's another thing I'm proud of. This process is a source of pride for me. When we started this goal of creating a draft with the goal of tree preservation, we had that goal in mind, but we also have been extremely inclusive. No one who cares about trees or water or development or equity or the legal aspects of this draft has been excluded. It's been a special privilege of mine to be responsible for unifying the hundreds of suggestions that we've received and to rationalize them together in the draft that you guys have access to now and can check out. The contributors to this draft come from all walks of life. They're developers, environmentalists, arborists, and lawyers, capitalists, and environmental activists. Through intensive efforts and through the good intentions of our members, and now joined by the city in a unified effort, we have created a draft that is very far along in the evolution. It is cohesive, it is fair, and it is amenable to the varied interests and can be implemented at a similar expense to the city. It is, however, still a work in progress. I ask for the city council members present today to stand behind our efforts, allow our draft to continue to guide Atlanta towards a greener future. We are happy to see that the city has adopted some of our ideas, and we want to continue to be present to assure success. We can continue to work on some of the legal and budgetary challenges that remain. We can continue to work as a city should, with respect for all and a desire for fairness and for balance, but with the underlying vision of preserving our forests. Lend us your support, make your voice heard on this vital issue, and our group will move forward to produce a law that's backed by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to the three of you for sharing your comments, and to the planning staff ahead of time as well. It's clear from both of your comments that you all have been in conversation over the last several weeks and months, and I know that those conversations will continue in the future. Colleagues, the first person I have a message from is Councilmember Matzekite, and so if you will start us off with your question or comments, and then as other individuals have questions or comments, if you will let me know, and I will move you into the queue, and we can keep moving our conversation forward.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. And thank you to all the presenters. I'm really excited that we are having this discussion today. It's an important discussion for us and for me personally. I had a question first for the Commissioner about how will you evaluate and incorporate the citizens ordinance and some of the things that are brought up there. It seems like there's some ideas that are consistent with where your current ordinance is, and frankly some things that are different, especially around the tree recompense and the dollar amount. And that's an area that I really want to be sure that we get right, because it does vary across the city, and I'm not sure one size fits all is appropriate there. So, Commissioner, if you could outline that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Member. We, as you could tell in the comments from the city staff, as well as the presentation on this ordinance just now, we have had ongoing discussions about it, and our thinking about the ordinance has evolved since the initial draft was put out in March, in part to incorporate aspects of what has been presented, but also to respond to other feedback we've gotten, in particular from the builder community. In terms of where we go from here, I think it's very much critical that we consider, what's being proposed, and in particular as it relates to recompense. Something I feel very strongly about that was mentioned in this last presentation is that the fees are such that it makes violations of the ordinance impractical financially. That we align the fees such that they're very much making it difficult to do tree cutting without a permit or just violate the ordinance. So you mentioned that specifically, Councilmember Mazzikite, and I think that's a very important thing to consider and look at a structure that is very in keeping with what was suggested in this last presentation. So I think we will continue to evaluate what's been proposed, and there's a lot of alignment, as you could tell in those presentations. I will say as well that we have requests to continue to meet with and very much are interested in the home builders and aspects of this that are important to them as well. And so when it comes to all these parties, we'll seek to incorporate ideas where they make sense and where they're implementable. And I honestly, Council Member, I feel better about that now than I did in March. So I think we just need to keep working on it.
That's great. Thank you, Commissioner. A couple other questions and requests. A lot of the words that you shared and others shared seem very good. It's hard to get a handle on what that really means unless we see some examples of sort of what would happen under the current ordinance, what would happen under the proposed ordinance. So I'd love for you to develop and share some examples, especially, again, as it relates to the clear cutting, the recompense fees, and also the administrative exemption that if they just followed that, there wouldn't be an appeal process. If you could circulate some before and after examples, that would be appreciated. Also, the first online posting or the first posting being online. I understand we want to be efficient. I also want to be sure that people are alerted, and I'm wondering if there's any technology that you could explore where interested parties could potentially sign up for alerts within zip codes or areas or whatever, that if a application is made online, that people could be alerted, because I want to be sure that people have a heads up on this and that we don't lose that. So I'd ask you to explore that as well. So that's all my comments. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Matscott. Much appreciated. Mr. Bond.
Hello?
Mr. Bond, you may. Yeah, there we go. Yep, you might have been muted. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and thank the citizens who presented. I guess my question is, and this probably doesn't exist yet, has there been a side-by-side comparison of what the city is presenting and what the citizens have presented? Has that been done yet?
Councilmember Bond, that has.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Bond, that has not been done yet. I know for me, the what you received, I received for the first time as well. We will certainly do that, provide that side-by-side comparison. It has not been done yet.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that happen. And are there formalized, I guess, meetings between the citizens group and the staff, right, to, I guess, reconcile the differences or discuss the differences between the two proposals, or is that something that's going to happen in the future?
Well, Andrew might want to speak to this. I know Andrew's been speaking with some of those that presented today and might want to speak to the discussions that have gone on to date, but certainly it will go on in earnest after this work session, Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, in answer to your question, we have not, I guess, set up formal meetings, but we have I think we have a rapport, and we have been working together up until now and plan to continue to do so. We've spoke this week several times. So, we also have we have a lot of other stakeholders that we also need to speak to as well. So while we're aligning, our views and, kind of what we put together and what the citizens group has put together, we also need to be cognizant of, all the other stakeholders.
Right. I was excited to hear in the citizens' proposal that they put a lot of consideration for how to deal with trees at the beginning of the process. Has that been a factor in what has been drafted by the staff?
Yes, it has. Councilmember Bond, that's a Councilmember Bond. This is Commissioner Keene. That is a very, very important consideration, and Andrew did speak to it in his presentation. But we are trying to get, and this is for everybody's sake, we're trying to get a more comprehensive review of plans earlier in the process before people are in the actual permitting stage, so that for everyone, so that we can get better design, and in this case, more thoughtful tree protection. But also even for the applicant. We've had multiple cases with our concept review committee where, because we had the meeting we had a builder or developer that learned something they had no idea about. Even some basic things like, is sewer available? So I think, Councilmember Bond, that point is a very important one. Andrew mentioned it in his presentation. The citizen group did as well. So we've got to determine, for everybody's sake, how best to have that review earlier in the process. And we have thoughts about it. Obviously, the citizens group does too. So that will definitely be something that we continue to focus on, and in any draft, you will see it addressed.
Well, we have been delayed. Thank you for that, Commissioner. We have been delayed, by obvious external circumstances for the passage of a new and updated tree protection ordinance. What would you, I guess, estimate would be wanting to have this process complete? When would you like to have a finished formal ordinance before the council for consideration?
Well, Councilmember Bond, we absolutely want to have an ordinance adopted by City Council by the end of this calendar year, which would mean, for us, we know we need to get a draft to Council for your formal consideration, and our hope is that we would have that to you by the end of September of this year, and we'll have clarity on that pretty quickly as we continue these stakeholder meetings. But the goal is to get you a ordinance, and we will get you an ordinance by the end of September, so you all can consider it, and it can go through the adoption process such that it can be adopted by the end of this calendar year.
Okay, that sounds great. And I'd just like to make a comment. I mean, I'm a native Atlantan, born and raised here, and I love the trees and love the tree camp. And I don't know what happened, but I guess about 5 or 6 years ago, right next in the next lot over from my family's home on Sunset, we had the pleasure of enjoying probably what was one of the largest pine trees that I had ever seen in the city. It had to have been approaching, I guess 60 or 70 years old. It was huge around its base, and it easily rivaled the height of some of the great trees that, used to go on top of ditches. And now it's gone. And there is a hardy plank monstrosity in its place. And I kick it over and over because, I missed the ball on how to fight to preserve that tree. It was right in between our house, 266 Sunset, and I think the other address is 234 Sunset Avenue. But now there's a new 5-bedroom flatboard, just a horrible house there in its place. And like I said, this tree, it had to have been 60 or 75 feet tall. It was huge around its base. And for the life of me, I don't know how the city allowed for it to be removed, to be dismantled. And like I said, I kicked myself that I let that get past me, that tree was destroyed. Atlanta is known for this, and I know we have to take in the interest of property owners, but I love trees, and I want to see an ordinance that fully protects our canopy. As Atlanta continues to develop as a city, I don't want us to lose the things that characterize and make Atlanta Atlanta. So having said that, I'm looking forward to getting the comparison and excited about the dialogue that you all will hopefully continue to have with the citizens who prepared this alternative, and of course with other interested parties. But long term, I'm going to err on the side of trees and preserving the trees, as opposed to wanting the city. You want to see development, but I don't want to see it go to the point where it alters the continents of Atlanta. So that is my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Ms. Winslow.
Yes, and good morning, everyone, and thanks for the good presentation. Couple of questions, and it kind of gets back to what my colleague, Councilmember Matsakite, was talking about. A lot of times what happens is when we get these proposals, we have a red line, and it also what Councilmember Bond said. We have a red line so that we can see what's in the legislation currently, and I'm looking at both of them right now on my desk. But then we can also see what the proposed new change would be. So, and I don't know if we need to get a three-way with this group that is, has submitted something today for their piece. But at least if we could have those two things, I think that would be helpful. As we go along and talk about this. So is that possible? And I guess my question is for the commissioner.
Yeah, certainly, Councilmember Winslow. I understand your need for that. There's a lot of different aspects of this coming from multiple directions that you're dealing with. So we will break it down for you in a manner like you're speaking, so that you can see the differences and where we agree and so forth. Absolutely.
Okay, and Councilmember Matsakite talked about examples, and that would be helpful for me. So, like in the, I don't know, I'm just looking at section. I don't know. I think it's 410. That talks about the new way that they would calibrate trees. Okay, in terms of dollar amount. Like, for instance, generally developers like to develop on at least 5 acres of land, typically, because they can get their money back out. So if somebody's developing on 5 acres of land, and I don't know that you would know this, you might have to ask the developer, but how much money would they have to pay in, to the city in terms of, that particular property? What would the cost be? Because that's going to be a base cost for the developer right out from the starting gate.
Councilmember Winslow, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I was going to say is, and I almost said it when Councilmember Matsakite brought it up, we have done case studies just like you're suggesting, and we can we'll keep doing them and provide them to you that looks at what you're discussing, the cost to someone under certain scenarios, and then also the impact of the proposed ordinances to the actual trees on the site. So we do have case studies like that. We will absolutely share with you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. One of the things, that happened in Southwest Atlanta, and this was with, and I'll just call his name, trying to think. He's over at Puritan Mill. Mark, I can't think of Mark's last name, but he used to be a representative on the school board. He had some property that he had put a proposal in for, but he couldn't get the money from the bank. So, okay, and this was right on the Beltline over in West End, between West End and Oakland City. So I kind of got a concern in the back of my head that, and this may not, what's in the proposed plan may not even be what I'm speaking of. But typically what happens in Southwest Atlanta, and it may happen in Northwest Atlanta, it may happen in certain portions of Southeast Atlanta, I don't know, is that banks will only give a certain amount of money for investment. And so they turned him down. A perfectly great project, had gone through all the NPUs in the neighborhood. So that's something that's in the back of my mind, okay? And so I want to make sure that when we're doing this, that as Southwest Atlanta starts to develop, and it's basically taken like 40 years for us to see any light of day in terms of development in Southwest Atlanta and in Northwest Atlanta and portions of Southeast, that we don't, kill the golden goose, okay? To kill the goose that lays the golden egg. And so I'm looking at all of that because a lot of us have worked extremely hard, to bring development over. Now, I'm a tree hugger. I mean, me and Greg Levine, we're joined at the hip. We've been working together for 30 years. 35 years, actually, in West End and now other parts of the district to plant trees. So I'm a real tree hugger, and I think both of them can be married together. But I want us to be careful, okay? So that's all I'm saying in regard to that. Now, let me ask another question, because you were talking about the tree nominating a historic tree. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Andrew, you want to speak to that?
Yeah.
Sure. This is an idea that several other municipalities do this. And it's a way to recognize trees that are of special importance to neighborhoods or to cities because of historical importance. An idea, one tree that springs to mind is the magnolia across in the parking lot behind the Whole Foods across from Pont City Market. And that was a magnolia that was growing in the back of in the outfield of the Cracker Stadium way back in the day. It's growing kind of on the side of the railroad embankment. So things like that. Pont Park, yeah. Mm-hmm. So trees of that nature, there won't be a lot of them, but it's just an opportunity to create kind of trees as monuments to protect them.
So would that be anybody? And you probably maybe haven't gotten into. I'm getting into the weeds on this. So would that be anybody nominating it, or would that be people in that neighborhood nominating it? Or had you gotten that far?
We haven't gotten to that level of detail.
Okay.
And even what that process is, it from speaking, it does sound like that those nominations would ultimately have the designations we have to be approved by City Council. So we'll give you more information on what the specifics of what that process looks like as we develop it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We've
got a new nickname for Councilmember Winslow, the tree hugger. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Winslow, for your questions and comments. Mr. Brown.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Chair, thank you for all your hard work working with the Office of Planning, and to Commissioner King, thank you to you and your team, and to all the organizations on the call that have worked diligently to move this forward. I specifically want to speak to, I know, the work that Tirsten and Catherine are doing on the Citizens Ordinance. I've had some concerns for quite some time around the appeal process that was established, just ensuring that process is fair. And I know before you could, as a developer could purchase property, zone it, council can approve it, the mayor can approve it, go through the engineering process, get all the permit approvals, and then someone could come along and appeal the trees, and then the process would have to start all over again. And then those costs would just become a burden. So, I think, what's important is that there is a fair process, that could allow, to not allow that to happen by allowing the developers to apply and get past the appeals process before they even, have to buy the land and potentially be stuck with a trees appeal. So I appreciate the work that you all are doing within that ordinance to ensure that happens. And then the other concern I had was, I represent, the west side of Atlanta, or part of the west side of Atlanta. And, I wanted to make sure there was no green lining ordinances that would, just disproportionately hurt the west and south sides of Atlanta. So if you all could just speak to both of those points, I would appreciate it.
Councilmember Brown, this is Commissioner Keene. First, related to your appeal, the point you made about appeals, we feel very strongly about that as well. And I think there isn't a scenario that would not, in order to address the issue you've raised, there is not a scenario that would exist that didn't somehow provide for the fact that once a plan is approved and a developer is meeting the requirements of the ordinance. Now, there could be some limited exceptions to this, having to do with where trees are located and disputes around surveys and things. But otherwise, if a plan is approved and the developer is meeting the ordinance, that there would not be an option at that point for appeal. Because what you just said is absolutely the case, of course, and it's of great concern. We've had cases where people have gone through extensive public process, and very specific public process in order to get plans approved and entitlements in place, only to see appeals happen at the building permit stage once someone has already gotten financed and is ready to move dirt. And honestly, in some cases, that is simply an opinion. I don't like what they did. Well, related to trees, and that's very concerning. So in drafting a new ordinance that has more specific standards, we have to address that issue, and we feel very strongly about what you just described, Councilmember Brown. And even in cases where you have some kind of early appeal process, maybe that's good, but certainly it can't disrupt someone at the building permit stage. And then the second point, we have been looking at the second issue you've raised very closely and will continue to. And as Andrew said, number one, in terms of an exemption for affordable housing when it comes to the fees associated with trees. And the second thing was the issue of that you raised related to kind of an equity concern is that we say in this draft that there'd be some cap on the recompense related to the value of the land. Because we have cases, if you just took, to your very point, if you just took the recompense at, anybody's recompense that we're discussing, and you charged it to someone, at an area where the property values are much lower, the recompense itself could be 2, 3, 4, 5 times the value of the land. So it would really, it would impact people in a kind of a discriminatory way. So we've tried to bake that into our proposal, and we'll keep talking with everyone about that, such that we very much address that issue, the second issue you raised.
Hey, Commissioner, thank you so much for that, and I appreciate you. I've really been impressed with your office and your team, and not just with the work on the tree ordinance, but kind of the behind-the-scenes work that the public doesn't always see with you helping our small businesses and just our community. I've just really been inspired by the innovation behind your office. I haven't always been a huge fan of yours, but you have really just done an incredible job, and I just want to say that I'm very appreciative. One last point I wanted to just bring up. I didn't, and maybe I missed this through the entire presentation. I was trying to listen, but I didn't hear about any kind of public reporting on the recompense account. are we going to start kind of doing it? Because I remember when I came on to council about a year ago when we started having these initial conversations. I know a lot of the concerns raised by the public was that there was no transparency around the recompense account, and and you may already have addressed this. I just probably didn't hear, but I just wanted to raise that concern too.
Councilmember Brown, Andrew, in his presentation of our proposal, did address that issue specifically and outlined some administrative things that we would do in order to provide that information on a very up-to-date basis to residents. And some of that could find its way into the ordinance. We recognize that's a very important thing to do. And the other thing, and you can just look at this, Councilmember Brown, when you have a moment, it is in the slide deck. The other thing was to give you kind of an update on the tree trust as it stands today and where we see it going over the next few years. So you can look at that in more detail in the slides.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner and Mr. Chair, and to the organization. Thank you for all the hard work on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Colleagues, if there are anyone else with a question or comment before we move to the next phase of our conversation. All right. I appreciate all of your questions and comments. This conversation's been a long time coming. There's still a lot more work to be done, no doubt. But even the feedback that I've been getting during this conversation today from folks across the spectrum on this topic has been encouraging through the entire conversation. So that is good to hear and see. Look forward to more of that happening in the future. We will get this across the finish line in a way that we can really be proud of for our city. We are going to move next to the public comment portion of our conversation. All of us know that no action is being taken today. No action will be taken the next time we meet to discuss this topic. The public's voice is incredibly important on this. We all received a couple hundred emails in March leading up to the work session that was postponed. We were getting ready to play 82 voicemails, all of which deal with this topic. It'll run about 2 hours and 6 minutes, and then I will be on the line to go ahead and close this out. Each of those comments, for those, I know we have colleagues who had to leave earlier, and some of you may have to leave at some point. The meeting is being live streamed, which will enable all of us to go back and incorporate the comments that we're about to hear in the future to get us to the next step in this conversation. So thank you to everyone who presented today. Thank you to all of you who are here and will continue to be here as we listen to public comment. So Ms. Puligini, if you will make that happen, we will start that process.
One moment, Mr. Chair.
Hi, my name is Dina Branch. I live in District 6, represented by Jennifer Ide. I'm a member of the city's Tree Conservation Commission. I'm also an attorney for the Atlanta Legal Aid Society. I represent senior citizens who are in danger of losing their homes to foreclosure. My comments are about affordable housing and trees. It appears some people believe that the tree ordinance is preventing development of affordable housing. So the draft ordinance lets the city waive the developer's duty to preserve shade trees and to plant new trees. It is a false choice to say we have to choose between either affordable housing or a healthy environment for those who live in that affordable housing. We can and must do both. Low-income communities are disproportionately affected by poor air quality, lack of shade, increased temperatures, and lack of access to parks and nature. The residents, especially children and the elderly, suffer excessive rates of pollution-related illnesses like asthma and other respiratory problems. Researchers absolutely know that trees and green infrastructure can reduce pollution exposure at the local scale, at the scale of an affordable housing development. We
Researchers absolutely know that a biodiverse landscape, including trees, shrubs, and other plants, provides greater air purification and heat reduction for people who live, walk, and work in the area. Affordable housing developments are the most important sites where we want to preserve trees in natural areas. With advanced planning and creative building design, developers can build the affordable housing that is so desperately needed, make a profit, and preserve and plant the green infrastructure needed to protect lower income communities from pollution and heat-related illnesses. Please do not allow an exemption for affordable housing development. Thank you very much for your work.
Hi, this is Susan Casey, and I live in District 5. Madeline Archibald is my City Council representative. Thank y'all for meeting today to discuss the tree ordinance and for the work you do to make a better Atlanta. I'm calling to say that now is the time to pass a tree protection ordinance that lives up to its name. We need more tree protection and less tree destruction. Hardly a week goes by that I don't hear the buzz of chainsaws in my neighborhood, especially now that I'm spending nearly all my time at home during the pandemic. Slowly but steadily, all the moderately sized and more moderately priced houses around me are being torn down and replaced by houses sometimes 3 or 4 times the size of the previous house, with costs that nearly match. This is a problem for in-town affordability, but it's also a problem for trees and the environment. Despite being quite expensive, many houses are built with cookie-cutter stock plans, and often the land is cleared and scraped clean to accommodate shoehorning the house onto a tiny lot. The stormwater costs alone are staggering. I have about a half dozen neighbors who've spent thousands of dollars managing stormwater to repair or prevent flooding of their basements and their crawl spaces after construction and tree removal on adjacent lots. And I'm not sure how much money the city has spent, but we've seen city trucks on neighborhood streets working for weeks and months at a time to repair overloaded stormwater pipes and infrastructure. City workers have told me that the volume of water the system has to manage is just too great. One simple solution is to take a little more care in designing for the landscape and reducing grading and therefore saving trees. My late grandfather was an architect trained in the 1920s. When I was a little girl, I dreamt of the house he would design for me. I'd ask him, "Grandpa, can you please design a house that I can build when I grow up?" He'd say, "Sure. But first you have to pick out the piece of land where you want to put it. You can't design a house until you take the landscape into consideration." I hope that the new tree ordinance will incorporate some of my grandpa's wisdom and understand that the landscape comes first and the built environment next, not the other way around. The best start is the Citizens Alternative Draft. Thank you for this opportunity to provide input.
Hello, my name is Dalil Anthony, and I have already sent you an email listing the many concerns that I have with the March 2020 tree ordinance draft and the thousands of trees that we're losing each year as dead, dying, and hazardous when they may simply just be in the way of construction. The March 2020 draft ordinance shows that the Department of City Planning is continuing to place the needs of the development community over saving our tree canopy. The draft ordinance even has eliminated the goal of having no net loss of trees. Now they're suggesting that all we need to do is slow the rate at which we will ultimately be giving up Atlanta's tree canopy to development. This draft ordinance has been written to extend every exception possible to what a developer might need, not to what will save a tree. City Planning even writes a section in the draft that allows them to disregard the tree ordinance if any of their own development goals conflicts with preserving the tree canopy. I think somebody on this committee needs to tell Tim Keene that our tree canopy does not always come last, and that certain sections of our city cannot be converted into a treeless wasteland. Trees are what makes us unique. Other municipalities in the country, every facility.
Good morning. This is Corliss Clare. As a resident of Cascade Heights in the second
community's natural character. Saving our high-value trees is a priority for us. It provides us with a unique lifestyle unavailable to most city dwellers. The ability to allow homeowners in heavily treed lots reasonable relief to remove certain trees while not creating loopholes that undermine the goal of protecting high-value trees is important to us. Support the citizens' alternative draft for tree protection. It will get us where we need to go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keely Blunt. I'm a citizen of the City of Atlanta living in the Sherwood Forest subdivision and Fleet area. And I just want to call and give my concern in regards to tree removals in general in the City of Atlanta, but especially in Midtown. We have had so much growth of high-rises, and we are losing our green spaces and our natural look and feel of our area. And as we all know, trees provide better health, noise abandonment, air quality, etc. So I just am with the force of just please encouraging you to take heed to the tree removal that you're considering across the board, and to please reinstate and reconsider placing better ordinances and policies to save our trees in the City of Atlanta. Thank you.
And my name is Caroline Ledley. I would like to state the City Planning Department's draft for the ordinance is not acceptable. Please support the Citizens Alternative draft. It's really exhausting as a native Atlantan and City of Atlanta resident to see what is happening to trees without accountability, without appropriate measures. Our city needs trees for individual and community health, and also from an economic perspective, and also to live up to our name as the City and a Forest. Please support better tree protection now. Thank you.
My name is Peter Petit. I'm calling to oppose the weakening of our tree ordinance, and I'll begin with a quote from Bertolt Brecht. What times are these in which a conversation about trees is almost a crime? In doing so, we maintain our silence about so much wrongdoing. You may remember me from 10 years ago when I was involved in a court case against the clear cutting of a lot next door to me on DeKalb Avenue. We lost that case, but of the over 100 trees approved for destruction, several still stand, shade the streets in my house. They were saved by higher laws. One is a large oak, which was declared DDDH. I started a petition over that tree. The arborist who wrote our ordinance came out and wrote an opinion that the tree was not DDH. When the cutting began, I trespassed on the site to ask for the permit, and when the contractors claimed they did not need one, I called 911. The responding officer told me that I was trespassing and that, quote, they can shoot you for that, unquote. I requested that he summon his superior because I knew that although popular belief is that the law allows that, the law actually states that there must be a reasonable cause to assume the trespassers engaged in a forcible felony. You will doubtlessly be told that maintaining a protective ordinance is almost a crime, because in times like these, developers must be allowed to keep the great engine of progress running unfettered. Please don't doubt that these times are like all others, that the relation of human bodies to the trees above and around them are vital. Here are some words by Adrian Rich. There's a place between two stands of trees where the grass grows uphill. The old Revolutionary Road breaks off into shadows. Near a meeting house abandoned by the persecuted, and disappeared into those shadows. I've walked there picking mushrooms at the edge of dread, but don't be fooled. This isn't a Russian poem. This is not somewhere else, but here. Our country moving closer to its own truth and dread, its own ways of making people disappear. I won't tell you where the place is, the dark mesh of the woods, being the unmarked strip of light, ghost-ridden crossroads, leaf-mold paradise. I already know who wants to buy it, sell it, make it disappear. And I won't tell you where it is. So why do I tell you anything? Because you still listen. Because in times like these, to have you listen at all is necessary to talk about trees. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bronwyn Robinson. I'm a resident of Candler Park, and I'm native Atlantan. I'm calling to implore people to institute a stronger tree ordinance. I feel it's very important for livable neighborhoods. I notice in Candler Park, the areas that have more trees, it's easier to breathe, it's shadier, it's just more comfortable. But furthermore, I'm a healthcare worker. I work in a neonatal intensive care unit, and the importance of trees for creating a healthier, livable space is so important, especially as we grow. And I notice this in relation to the tiniest people in our city, and those that have compromised breathing, that trees are so important for keeping our air quality clean. So I hope that we can work hard to protect the trees in our neighborhood as well as encourage development, but that development can be done in a way that does maintain a healthy environment and protect trees to the best of our ability. Thank you so much. Appreciate the work you do for our city.
Good morning. My name is Ben Nemo. I'm a resident of Morningside, and I'm also president of the Morningside Lenox Park Association, which has about 1,000 members. I just wanted to spend my comments for the working session. You know, I feel like what's been going on the last 2 years with spend and consultants has just failed the protection that we demand Atlanta provides for trees. We've seen more census removals, and we understand there's a more tree-friendly ordinance has been proposed by taxpayers and citizens that keeps with those desires. There's a tree trust fund that we would like to see fully reinstated and used for purposes it was designed for, not salaries, not equipment. And we really believe consideration of trees and conference with arborists needs to be the first step in any development or building plan, not the last. Furthermore, if all tree issues could be under one umbrella and not under the parks or city permit department, we feel that we get the importance it deserves for this city. And if the tree canopy has declined so much, like where are we going? Well, this you can't get worse. We hope it can only get better. So we really insist that developers need to replan at the level that replenishes the canopy. If there was strengthened tree commission, that could be part of the solution. And we need to see real fines and action plans for the people that violate the tree ordinance, because it's happening, violations are happening, and they're getting away with it, which is why they keep doing it. So please give the tree ordinance real teeth, make it count. It's such an important legacy of the city. I know it's important to the residents of the neighborhood. One of the most common complaints we get at the NOPA is trees unnecessarily being removed. Please do your part. Thank you.
Hello, this is Stephen Dorridge. I'm a longtime resident of Atlanta, 40 years now, and I just wanted to say that the planning department draft tree ordinance does not do the job. It does not protect trees. It only charges a little bit more to cut them down. The city's draft is regressive, and it's weaker than even the current tree ordinance, as it repeals tree protection in setbacks, stream buffers, wetlands, and the like. Tree loss basically increases impervious surfaces and leads to more stormwater flooding and greater costs to individual taxpayers. For example, in 1979, East Lake Martyr Station and parking lot were put into place. It was developed at that time. This is in my neighborhood, the current neighborhood I live in. Soon thereafter, that development, homes downstream from that development had gardens and lawns destroyed, had patios overrun with runoff and land. And then this is all along East Lake Road. And even downstream from there onto East and West Parkwood Road, a neighbor of ours had his tennis court destroyed due to that parking lot put in back then. Including today, mindset that destroyed Native American tribes and to this day disregards Black lives is the same mindset that perpetuates construction and development at all costs. Stop playing a monopoly game with our region, the Atlanta region of the world. The buying and selling of land and disregarding nature and people has to end. We must be much smarter with our development, and we must repurpose older buildings and use nature more as classrooms and areas that we can congregate, not for stream buffers only. How much is oxygen worth to the human being? How much is oxygen worth to you? In real life, it's irreplaceable. You really cannot put a price tag on a tree or on the land for that matter. If you must, for the sake of the tree ordinance, be realistic. And I'm serious about this. Make it realistic. Make it $1 trillion per tree. That makes public policy finally more serious and less. So please support the citizens' alternative to the draft. This too is not perfect. It's not strong enough. But at least it makes it more realistic than the current planning department's draft. Let's get serious.
Yes, my name is Alex Levy. I'm a lifelong resident, Atlanta native, and I'd like to weigh my comment in on the City Planning Department's draft of the tree ordinance. That, frankly, as a former member of the Tree Commission some 17 years ago when we began working under the current ordinance, I feel like this draft is frankly an insult to the amount of time that citizens and interested parties have taken into attending meetings of for the ecological framework, as well as the tree protection ordinance. It's ironic that this is referred to as a tree protection ordinance because the majority of it seems to deal more with tree removals from the very beginning. And when I take a look at things like the exemptions from this ordinance, any land developer with an inattentive planner or a very clever attorney could pretty much throw most of their trees through the loopholes. The city council really should be outraged by the lack of care that has been put into the protection of trees through this ordinance. And if it's any indication, the absolute travesty of the loss of trees from Midtown to Buckhead under the current city planning department's administration is an example of why this ordinance coming from this department just isn't going to work. I implore the city council to use its wisdom and evaluate the merits of the citizens' alternative tree protection ordinance that will do more to protect the city's interests than that I believe is being promulgated through this current draft. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Morton. I'm a native of Beecher Hills, and I grew up planting forests there along the Utoy Creek watershed. I still recreate there as much as possible to help restore my whole self. I want to thank you all for your service and this opportunity to speak. As a longtime member of the Tree Conservation Commission, I've spoken to residents all over the city. I may not call in, but today, welcoming an improved tree ordinance that most importantly saves trees, but also saves time and money. Thanks again for your service.
My name is Judy Yee, and I work for Trees Atlanta. Today, the committee will discuss the March 2020 working draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance. This is the first full text document that has been provided for the public review, and we understand that this is only the first draft. We see several positive intentions reflected in this current draft, but we also believe that there's a lot more work that still needs to be completed. We hope that one of the outcomes of today's working session is to get a better idea of what the next steps will be to continue incorporating edits from the community, including those submitted by Trees Atlanta. This spring, warming has challenged the city and the people of Atlanta greatly. We're all working in earnest to protect our communities in the most urgent ways. We're learning that the issues of access and equity permeate through every social and legal system we use. The legal code for protecting and preserving natural resources, including trees, for the benefit of our community is not excluded. There is overwhelming evidence that trees improve human health, increase chronic illnesses, including those related to breathing and blood pressure issues, and they lessen the burden of heat and the resulting health and economic impacts that they bring. Trees Atlanta strongly believes that protecting the tree canopy is possible, but we are not there yet with the March 2020 draft. To highlight just a few of the improvements that we still need to see in the next draft are, one, we need to be clear that the ordinance is to protect trees from destruction. The ordinance is more than a transactional formula for fees and fines for removing trees. While we fully support an update to the current fee structure, we believe that much more attention is needed to update tree care practices based on known and innovative industry standards. In particular, with nearly 80% of our canopy on single-family residential lots, standards to better guide teardowns and infill structure is needed to protect the existing trees. Number two, we recommend that the ordinance includes specific canopy goals for the city. We continue to advocate for 50% canopy. We need better data and reporting tools that enable the community of collaborators to see measurable progress and contribute to the advocacy and monitoring that makes ambitious goals more achievable. Thanks for your time, and we look forward to this working session.
Hello, my name is Tova Chowdhury. I'm calling in support of the Citizens Alternative Draft of the TPO. I really want Atlanta's tree canopy to be protected, not simply valuized. At this point, the consultants hired so far to revise the draft have completely failed to protect our trees and to find a balance between protection and development. I urge the council members to support the Citizens Alternative Draft. Our canopy is so special, and we are such a unique city because of the trees that we have. Yes, development is important too, but we need better balance. We need to actually protect trees, not simply charge more when people take them down. We need to enforce the laws that are on the books. There's so much more that we can do to protect our city, to protect the value of our city, the uniqueness of our city, the health of our citizens, and I urge you to support the Alternative Citizens Draft so that we can have a proper TPO in the city. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jack Seavey. I live in Council Member Archibald's district, and I am a landscape architect and member of the Atlanta Tree Conservation Commission. I'm calling this morning in regards to the tree conservation ordinance rewrite, and I just wanted to start by applauding Council Member Archibald and the rest of the City Council for taking on this effort, as well as the City Planning Department. It's no small feat to rewrite this ordinance, and y'all are leading the way and creating a greater urban environment and a more ecologically friendly urban environment in Atlanta for generations to come. I agree with my colleagues on the Tree Conservation Commission that the draft that we have seen at this point falls short of the draft that we need moving forward. We have laid out in a letter dated April 13th a number of revisions that we believe should be made to the current draft of the ordinance that has been developed by the consultant team. Number one, that the policy goal of merely slowing the loss of tree canopy is a huge step backwards. It conflicts with the urban ecology framework. Number two, the draft retains the existing tree ordinance failed reliance on recompense to protect tree canopy. Number three, tree valuation method. We think that's a great step forward, but needs to be strengthened in the current draft ordinance, excuse me. Number 4, early site plan is really critical early site plan review, is critical to creative design that saves trees. This is something we see monthly during our Tree Conservation Commission meetings, where we review cases that come before us. Really, there's so many cases that if an earlier site review had been established. This is Jack Seavey. I'm following up to a previous message where I believe I am cut off there at the end. I just wanted to add add to the request that the Tree Conservation Commission sent in our letter dated April 13th that I agree with. The update to the tree ordinance should include strong protections for low and moderate income householders needed. I think we're requesting or suggesting at 300% or less of the federal poverty level, the city should reduce the penalties and fees by 1/2 and allow for payment plans. Notice and appeal rights. We believe that those should be strengthened. Eliminating physical signs is not a good idea. One idea that we think could help would be, in addition to physical sign postings upon potential tree removal, tying ribbons around potentially affected trees. That would make it much more clear, what the extent of the potential tree removal on a property were. We believe that vague language that exempts certain projects should be clarified, and then general organization of the document should be strengthened. The current document, the current tree protection ordinance, is difficult to understand for many. The draft as proposed doesn't go far enough in strengthening that organization and simplification. So we believe a hard look is needed to do that. And finally, I personally believe that some sort of licensure, or really just a document that tree companies or arborists should sign to indicate that they understand the tree protection ordinance, that have read the tree protection ordinance, should be required to work on trees within the city. I think looking into that could help reduce the amount of fly-by-night operations that are come in and cut down trees. And then thank you again for your time. We look forward to the new draft of the tree protection ordinance.
Hello, my name is James Tyler. I reside in District 10, zip code 30311, and I'm calling to urge the creation of more rigorous tree protection. I'm concerned about the loss of trees in the northwest and southwest quadrants of the city, and I see these trees as very valuable asset and the actual identity of the city itself. And I want to see more measures, more strongly created measures to protect trees in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lloyd Ploum, and my comment is as follows. Caution. The coronavirus may, due to office space rental needs, what Amazon has done to the malls. Most likely, corporate office needs may be minimalized as more people are effectively working from home. Technology has clearly made it possible to collaborate remotely, and office tenants are considering renting less space as employees work from home or even the beach. Our new normal is changing, and the need to build more office space may be overly optimistic and could prove not to be needed. As you consider approvals for more construction of office and retail, consider my analogy of what has happened to retail space as Amazon dominates the retail world. Atlanta provides us all a wonderful environment environment to live and do business. And you are the stewards of our legacy. The need for more development, whether for office or retail space, may be overly optimistic. Stop a potential teardown of our environment in the name of needless development, which may prove to be vacant, as many of us work for home or the beach. Thank you for considering.
Good evening. My name is Leonard Schultz. I live in the city of Atlanta. I think Cleo Winslow is my city council person, and I am calling to encourage the work group to continue to maintain a high standard of protection for the city's trees. Over the past years, now the development is picking up. More and more trees have come down, especially the older the canopy trees that are just so important for so many reasons. Air quality, shade, heat island mitigation, stormwater runoff management, and then just beautiful. So much of the architecture in Atlanta is very unattractive, and the trees make a big difference in screening a lot of that bad architecture. There's just no good reason not to support strengthening the tree ordinance. They continue to get squeezed between wider roads and bigger buildings and higher land density uses, and it's time to put your foot down. So please, I encourage you to consider strong protections and strengthening the tree ordinance rather than taking it a step backwards. Thank you for your consideration. Good luck tomorrow. Bye.
Hello, this is Alan Stewart. I live in District 1, Carlos Smith's district. I want to voice my support for protecting our trees in the city of Atlanta. But in addition, I want to stress that larger trees are the most important trees. They're the ones that provide the most benefits in terms of carbon store and stormwater mediation and shade and all the other good things trees do. So I think we need to scale our protections based on the size and maturity of the trees. However, one danger is that some dishonest people will do things like cut down trees before they mature or vandalize the trees so that it becomes a danger and has to be taken down in order to avoid penalties for cutting down the tree at that time or sometime in the future. So I think we should provide a carrot to landowners who have large mature trees. I imagine that would probably be some kind of a tax credit, but if you give homeowners financial and other landowners a financial incentive to keep their large trees and keep them healthy, I think we'll get more people planting trees in their yards and in their businesses, and they'll take care of them better. Anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Eileen Schofield. I live at 270 Robbins Road, Atlanta 30309, and I'm calling about the tree appeal for the tree on Prado in the city of Atlanta. First, I think that the tree trust fund would be a great idea to get reinstated and what it's designed for: planting, but also some really valuable and efficient enforcement that makes the biggest difference. The heat in the city, everything else just really needs to be changed. And we're known for the city trees. We got to keep our reputation. We got to have more of them. We've got global warming going on. We've also got trees, and we really need to make sure we keep it that way. There's time when trees need to go because they're dangerous, but I think there's also contractors are just always saying, we got to rip this tree down. It's so much easier, but that's not always the case, and it also makes things look ugly. We want to have a pretty city. We want to have a healthy city. People who want to build in the city, absolutely, progress is important. Moving forward is important, but not when it comes to taking something that's going to take 60, 70 years to replace if there's any possible way to do it. Too many developers come in and literally rape the lots. I mean, they take every tree, every branch, every weed, they empty the entire thing. We've seen it over and over again, and
And it shows. It weakens the city. It weakens the fabric of the neighborhood. I mean, trees hold neighborhoods together. They bring people together. But this lot raping it's got to stop. No more lot raping. Thank you very much.
My name is Irving Goldman. I've lived in the Ansley Park area for 25 years and in Atlanta for 30 years. And one of the reasons I moved here is it's a beautiful city in the middle of a forest. And the trees are an amazing part of the appeal of the city and the beauty of the city. And I cannot stand to see trees needlessly be cut down unless there are risks to the property or to the people near the property. So I understand there are needs to grow, but we can grow around our trees and only cut down the trees that are at risk. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Jackson, and I'm calling to express my concern with the TPO. I believe that it will cause more trees to be cut down, and therefore reducing the canopy, the beautiful canopy that really defines Atlanta. I strongly urge you to look at the Citizens Alternative Draft that will do a better job at protecting those trees that help us all breathe. We have family members who have a good bit of asthma, and we all know that we've got to breathe the oxygen that those trees provide us, and you know, they take away all that carbon dioxide. So please reconsider and protect yourselves, me and my family, and all the Atlantans who depend on being able to breathe when they are. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Richardson. I reside in the area represented by Ms. Overstreet. I am also a member of the Tree Conservation Commission, and I just would like to let Ms. Overstreet know that it's very important for this part of Atlanta to maintain our tree canopy, which is amongst the highest percentage of any area in the city. And that it's important also to stop the unfair treatment of people in this area by unscrupulous tree companies who cut trees down without a permit and suffer no consequences. And that burden is put on the homeowners. Many times they cannot afford the fines, fees, and penalties that they incur because somebody tells them, some tree cutting company tells them they don't need a permit or that they've gotten a permit. And so we need a very strong rewrite of the ordinance to make sure that those unscrupulous companies are penalized and held accountable for their taking advantage of people who are unaware of the proper method of obtaining permits and making sure that the canopy is protected and their rights as citizens are also protected. I'm asking Ms. Overstreet to very seriously consider the rewrite and make sure that her constituents are protected. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Webb. I live in unincorporated DeKalb County, but trees affect all of Metro Atlanta, so I would like to comment. Our current DeKalb tree protection ordinance is being revised as well, but it does offer protection for specimen trees in residential setbacks, stream buffers, and rights-of-way. I'd like to ask the council members to support the Citizens Alternative Draft and to suggest a couple of additions. A small city north of Seattle fines violators for removing or damaging trees during development. They fine them $5,000 for every wrongly removed significant tree. They also make everyone, the developer, the third-party bulldozer guy, anybody involved with land clearing, accountable by having them all sign a statement of tree canopy preservation to the city. The city can revoke their licenses and their bonds if they continue violations. Charging even up to $500 a tree is not going to deter clear cutting. The fine has to be substantial. Another Washington state city gives developers tax incentives to protect stands of trees, which preserve the current canopy, and it's free stormwater management. That way the developer can avoid having to spend money on installing a detention pond. And as we know, 90% of those detention ponds fail. If these small cities can do it, surely Atlanta can. Thank you so much, and good luck with your ordinance.
Hi, my name is Nancy Hunter. I'm calling regarding the tree ordinance session. I would like to see a tree ordinance that requires greater adherence to industry standards when it comes to determining dead-dying and hazardous trees, as well as greater protection and penalties for trees that are removed illegally. I also want to see developers held accountable for trees that they kill, that they were supposed to protect when they build on a lot. They don't pay recompense for the trees because they were going to save them, and then within a year, those trees end up dying because they didn't properly save them the way they were supposed to. We have to protect our tree canopy in Atlanta. This is what makes this city unique. This is what makes our quality of life what it is. And anything that we do that makes it more difficult to protect the trees or easier to simply take them down is bad for the city and bad for our citizens.
This is Dr. Henry Kahn. I moved to Atlanta 48 years ago into the Ponce Highland neighborhood. I was thrilled with the wonderful tree cover we had, and now I am devastated to see how it's disappearing all over the city. I want to see a really solid tree ordinance come into existence once again. It's long overdue. I can't imagine we would give away all these wonderful green resources to the developers who are trying to destroy them. I am also a member of Trees Atlanta and the Sierra Club and a number of other urban enhancement organizations. Please, the canopy is now about half of what it was when I got here, and I am unwilling to let it go down any further. Make the tree ordinance count. Trees are our legacy. It's what makes me and my family love this city. Thanks. I look forward to success in this campaign. Bye.
Martha SQ. I am a property-owning, tax-paying resident of Sherwood Forest in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County. I have been a part of two tree appeals, which both were lost. It was hard to see a 150-year-old willow oak champion tree be allowed to be removed because of an architect's vanity. I am aware that trees, that Atlanta is called the city of the trees. That's our legacy. We need to protect the trees. I'm aware there's been a long, sordid story about a consultant being hired by the city to redo the tree ordinance. That consultant has failed, even though he's been paid $1 million. We need a tree ordinance that is going to protect the tree canopy, now only at 47% of what it was. We need to not just charge more to cut trees down, although we need to do that as well. We need to make trees the very first thing that happens with a developer or a builder before anything else is planned for the site. We need to
charge more money, give the tree ordinance some teeth. We need to keep our trees, particularly in the setbacks, the stream buffers, the wetlands, and environmentally sensitive areas. The other things I've been involved in were the trees that Dewberry was allowed to cut down on Peachtree Street, an eyesore and ridiculous. The trees that the Federal Reserve cut down, even though they did not win their appeal to do so. And we need to protect the city from more stormwater and flooding and more cost to the taxpayer. We need to think about our health. We need to think about our air quality. And we need to pay attention to what the citizens are saying, the people that are paying your salaries and all the salaries of everybody in the planning. So I would like to see the city council hear from the citizens group that has put together a draft for a good tree ordinance and do the right thing by the taxpayers.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Long. I'm an architect that serves on your Tree Conservation Commission, and I represent Council Districts 5 through 8 and Post 2 at large. I recently listened to a panel discussion hosted by MOCA, Mothers and Others for Clean Air. The panelists included Dr. Christina Fuller and Dr. Rachel Cletus, and the discussion focused on air pollution, the current COVID situation, and solutions that promote clean air for all communities. Listening to this timely discussion, I was struck by how incredibly important the protection of our canopy is and the rewrite of the ordinance has become. Our city is growing rapidly. I often hear people discuss affordable housing and canopy protection is mutually exclusive. They definitely are not. It's not an either or. Everyone deserves clean air and water, shade from a tree for relief from the heat, or just to enjoy all the health benefits trees provide. I've worked in the design profession for over 30 years, and I know that thoughtful design can incorporate both. As we work towards a better ordinance, let's make good long-term solutions that protect the health of all of Atlanta's citizens. Unfortunately, the March 2020 consultant draft I reviewed does not accomplish these goals. However, we still have time for a good solution, and I understand there's an alternative draft with some wonderful ideas. I encourage you to consider it. Thank you for your time.
My name is Carol Holliday. I live in Councilmember Archibald's district. I retired after 38 years from AT&T, where I was an information technology project manager. Currently, I'm my neighborhood representative to NPUN. I'm calling about the tree protection ordinance. I've lost track of how many meetings I have attended to hear about this ordinance and the city's plans to improve it. I've sat through meetings, written comments on sticky notes, and sent emails. I planned to attend last November's scheduled meeting on the north side, but it was canceled at the last minute when the previous night's presentation went so poorly that the planning department scrapped the encore. Atlanta's tree canopy is too important to continue to kick the can down the road. Trees don't just beautify our city, they provide critical benefits for all of us. By now we know the benefits. Trees and the soil underneath them help prevent flooding, clean the air, and provide many, many more benefits. A healthy tree canopy helps keep the city cooler and slows down climate change. We cannot afford the continuing tree by tree, lot by lot, incremental loss of tree canopy, especially when we know better. All it takes to change this is a little better planning. You'd think the experience of a worldwide pandemic might teach us about the need to act on what we know we need to do. We knew a pandemic would likely occur, yet we were caught off guard and we have suffered for it. We know that even greater climate change is coming unless we act now. We know that protecting and increasing our tree canopy is one of our best defenses against climate change. We know that now is the right time to act. We know that you, our elected officials, are the right people to lead the way. The Citizens Coalition's draft ordinance is the best starting point. Please act now to steer this important process in the right direction. Thank you.
leave a brief comment. I have looked at the 2020 Planning Committee draft, and one of the major problems of the draft is a continuation of what we have pay for play. That is, if you can't put the trees on the required lot or zoning, then you pay recompense. And that is really true for this ordinance too, or this draft ordinance. And that's true for commercial. If you can't put the trees on the lot, you pay money to recompense, and no trees go on the lot. Parking lots, if you can't get the trees on, you pay recompense, and no trees go on the lots. If you can't put the trees on the residential property, you pay money, and no trees go on the lot. And finally, multifamily, the same thing. So basically what this plan does is to shift the tree planting over to the tree trust fund and away from any of the buildings. So the only way the trees are going to really get back on the site are if the trees are planted by the tree trust fund. So that's a real shame that the responsibility for planting trees is going to fall on this one piece of money. And we know that developers do not want to put trees because it costs too much money. And the other thing I would like to say is just that kind of, the point of density. Well, in my neighborhood at Virginia Highlands, we've not gotten density, but we have lost huge thousands and thousands of inches of trees. In the name of density, we've gotten luxurious condos and we've gotten big houses, but we've lost a lot of trees, and that's true all over the city. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Deborah Robinson. I'm calling to ask you, as council members, to support the citizens' alternative draft of the tree ordinance. The city's planning draft does not protect trees. Essentially, they're just going to charge developers more to cut down trees. So essentially, they're selling trees. We need development with balanced tree protection. The one that the city has, the ordinance, it feeds inequity across Atlanta. Trees and urban forests protect our public health as well as our environment. So please support the council member. I'm asking the council members to please support the citizens' alternative draft. I don't have enough time to say as much as I want to say. But tree loss and increased impervious surface equals more stormwater, flooding, and cost to taxpayers. We don't want that. We all know the stormwater problems that we've had. We want balanced tree protection. Thank you. Bye.
This is Craig Pendergrass. I'm an environmental lawyer and real estate lawyer, and am on the working group that has been working on an alternative draft for a tree ordinance rewrite. We are working to develop a balanced ordinance that will be truly a tree preservation ordinance, but that will also be balanced with consideration of good land development and good development practices. We encourage you to please give us the time to work among ourselves and with other stakeholders to bring the working draft that is in place so far much further along to get to something where we can make your lives easy by giving a draft that should be in good form to adopt. Current March 2020 draft that a consultant prepared is not one that is going to be adoptable, even with a lot of work. It's conceptually flawed, and it's also from a legal drafting perspective
runoff in our neighborhood, or will create a serious issue of water runoff because we're at a lower elevation to both properties and create more of a heat island effect. We've had a loss of a lot of our trees due to development and on our side of the neighborhood, and this is just another addition to more trees coming down, which will directly affect our property and the environment, I believe. So I would like to support a citizen group that stepped up to propose an alternative ordinance, and that's keeping with what most of the people in our neighborhood, and I'm sure a lot of other people in the city of Atlanta desire, which is to not destroy the rest of our tree canopy. I'm sure there's been lots of comments specifically about what improvements could be made, and I agree with most of those comments relating to the citizen version. Thank you for your consideration.
Good day. My name is Julian Benny, and I'm a resident of District 6 in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to support the Citizens Alternative draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance. I've long realized that the current Tree Protection Ordinance doesn't do what it says that it's going to do in the preamble, which recognizes the critical value of trees to the city in all sorts of ways, including health and attractiveness. And so I'm delighted that a group has put together an improved version, and I'm dismayed but not surprised that the city's proposed version actually weakens tree protection. It's very disappointing that the city continues to support the interests of developers over the interests of residents and over the future of the city. This is simply profit maximization by a special interest at the expense of all residents in terms of losing continued loss of tree canopy. Please support the Citizens Alternative draft. I commend them for pulling something together and for once buck the interests of developers who work against the interest of everyone else who lives in the city, and you, council members, are supposed to be representing the residents, not special interests. Thank you.
My name is Jacqueline Echols, Board President, South River Watershed Alliance. I ask that you support the Citizens Alternative draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance. Why? Because the Planning Department's draft fails miserably in virtually all quantitative and qualitative areas of tree protection. It is regressive in that it repeals protections for trees in the setbacks, stream buffers, wetlands, and environmentally sensitive areas, and fails to meet the stated intent of the ordinance itself, the protection of trees. It totally ignores one of the most damaging and ignored impacts of tree removal, stormwater runoff. In the Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh, Peoplestown, and Summerhill neighborhoods in southeast Atlanta, residents are subjected to flooding from Atlanta's antiquated combined sewer system that dumps millions of gallons of tainted sewage in homes, streets, parks, and streams. It is your responsibility to protect public health and the environment that thousands of Atlanta residents depend on. To meet this responsibility, Atlanta's revised tree ordinance must address stormwater runoff and the variety of health benefits that trees provide. Benefits that are made vulnerable to the haphazard removal of trees during the land development process that will occur in the Planning Department's draft, if the Planning Department's draft is adopted. The Citizens Alternative is much more balanced, allowing development to occur while offering protections for the city's trees that safeguard neighborhoods from polluted runoff that protect public health and the environment. It is the better choice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Koenig, and I am calling to ask that you support the citizens' rewrite of the tree ordinance and the specific are outlined by the citizen groups. I've been a healthcare provider in Atlanta for more than 25 years, and there's no question the data supports how important air quality is to overall health. In fact, there was a recent article just published this past month out of Harvard about the greater impact of COVID-19 and the negative consequences in areas that have poor air quality. And we need the existing trees that we have. Atlanta has long been negligent in preserving the existing high-value trees and preserving the soil that we have. We've got to connect the dots and make sure that we are bringing together more integrated, holistic solutions. We've got increased stormwater runoff, and that is in large part mainly due to the loss of our topsoils and the mass grading and destruction that goes on, including tree removal. So we need to really make sure that we're moving forward with thoughtful policy changes, and I ask that you support requirements that preserve more of our existing trees, more high-value trees, that also help to come together a sustainable footprint in terms of impervious surface. Thank you for considering the input from the citizens group, and I look forward to you moving forward with your leadership and improving policy related to that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Georgette Gafford, and I'm calling because I'm deeply concerned about Atlanta's tree loss. As you know, trees are part of Atlanta's culture and history, and trees clean and cool our air, combat climate change, help mediate stormwater runoff, provide homes for wildlife, and contribute to people's mental well-being. And we should do all we can to protect existing connected green space and trees if we want healthy forests and wildlife. My comments today are to let you know that I think the current city planning department draft fails to address Atlanta's tree protection needs. And I ask that you please support the citizens' alternative draft of the tree protection ordinance. Other comments I have is I strongly support that any new tree ordinance considers trees first before a new construction project is approved, and do the best to plan around the most valuable trees in forest spaces. I also hope that the new tree ordinance would incentivize building projects on existing property where trees are generally not an issue, resulting in less green space disturbance rather than disturbing already existing lots of green space. I also hope that the new tree ordinance takes into account decreasing soil disturbance. Healthy trees need healthy soil to grow, and clear cutting an area and grading the soil makes healthy tree growth difficult. Also, please consider enforcing parking lots mandatory. Vast areas of asphalt can create huge heat island effects, worsening climate change. Finally, I would strongly encourage more care for existing trees in Atlanta. By this I mean removing ivy, kudzu, and invasives in our Atlanta green spaces. This work can be done by the city or through partnerships with volunteer organizations, mediating some of the costs. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine McClellan. I live at 1647 Friar Tuck Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. I want to call to implore whatever protections are necessary to ensure that our canopy is protected. I understand that a group of taxpayers and citizens has stepped up to propose an alternative ordinance that keeps with our citizens' desires, and I support it. The Tree Trust Fund needs to be fully reinstated and used for the purposes it was designated for, not for salaries or equipment. Consideration of trees and conference with an arborist needs to be the very, very first step before development or a building plan is put into place, not the last thing. It's always a compromise at that point, and we've lost a lot of wonderful trees in the city because that hasn't been followed. All trees need to be under one umbrella, not some under parks, not under some city permits. And we also have to make sure that we are supporting the tree commission and strengthening it and looking for citizen involvement. What I think might be most important is to put fines and recompense in a realistic format for the lots, not what we have now. When we measure a tree by its size, it's very easy for builders to just do the math and put into the budget taking out a tree, where we really need to put a higher price on maintaining the trees, whatever the cost is. What we all know that the city is famous for its green canopy. We've got to protect it. The health of our children relies on us making sure there are plenty of greenery. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edith Potachek, and I live in Sherwood Forest in the 30309 zip code. This is regarding the Crotto Tree Appeal and the meeting tomorrow morning, Thursday, June 25th, and the rapid destruction of trees in the city of Atlanta. I understand that a taxpayer or citizen group stepped up to propose an alternate ordinance in keeping with the citizens' desires, and I support it. Trees are the legacy of Atlanta. It's what draws people to our city and makes us love it. We need to keep the trees. They are important for air quality, aesthetics that draw people to our city, and to reduce noise pollution. Too many developers come in and rape the land of our beautiful old neighborhoods and then don't replant trees. They will opt to pay fines and still pillage the land because it does not matter to them. But it matters to us, the citizens of Atlanta. This needs to stop. The fines for contractors need to be strong enough that they draw up plans to save the trees first and foremost. I have lived here in Atlanta for 35 years, and all of my children were born here. Every time I fly over Atlanta, I am sad to see how the canopy has been reduced and destroyed over the city. Developers need to replenish our trees. When is enough enough? The taxpayers of Atlanta want to protect trees from the senseless removal we see. Tree protection needs to be first and foremost in any new development plan, and arborists need to be consulted. The Tree Commission needs to be supported and strengthened. The Tree Trust Fund needs to be fully reinstated and used for the purpose it was designed for, not salaries and equipment. Again, my name is Edith Potachek, and I'm in the 30309 zip code.
Hi, this is Tricia Appleton. I'm calling with comments regarding meeting this Thursday, June 25th. The City Planning Department's tree ordinance draft is very, very poor. It is completely unacceptable, and the time and money that it's taken to get there is also unacceptable as a taxpayer. I ask the council members support the citizens' alternative draft. The Planning Department's draft does not protect trees. It merely changes more to cut them down. It's doing the opposite of what there has been a huge citizen consensus to push for. The city's draft is repressive, weaker than the existing ordinance. Tree loss and increased impervious service will only increase the stormwater flooding problem and cost me more as a taxpayer. I'm sick and tired of paying increased taxes and fees in order for developers to make more money for a profit of a few. Please serve the interests of the community. Development without balanced tree protection fees and equity across Atlanta. It is a public health issue. COVID-19 death rates increase with increased air pollution. That is scientific fact based on the recent Harvard study. Trees are a crucial mitigator of air pollution. Better tree protection is a must now for the city of Atlanta. Thank you for taking my comments. There is an excellent citizen draft that needs to be heard and incorporated based on decades of input from very intelligent people whose agenda is about the best of the community, not in service of a few. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Donio. I am a resident of Fulton County in the West End. I have long noticed that the tree canopy in Atlanta is systematically being cut down in small, clear-cutting parcels. And while it may not be noticeable in the short term, if you were to collect all of those parcels of land, I'm sure it would add up to substantial acreage in the metro area. It concerns me because developers are planting trees to meet the ordinance, but they're not actually any trees of significance, and they are making no effort to save the older trees. And after having attended a meeting on the tree ordinance and seeing how the city is basically hamstringing the process by appointing people who have no authority to actually make any positive changes, it's very upsetting, as well as postponing the meetings one after another despite the virus situation. It just seems like a tactic to basically wear down the citizenry that is concerned about this issue, as well as the draft does not actually protect the trees and allows for more trees to be cut down. It's much weaker than the existing one. And developers, once again, are just getting what they want. Atlanta is unique because of its tree canopy, and to not actually do anything to protect it is just criminal. As well as the fact that you can drive down Memorial Street where there has been nothing but development and there are no trees. It is a barren wasteland of uninspired apartment buildings, one after the other. Is that what you want for your city? Is that what you want to pass along?
Good morning. My name is Bill Gould. Greetings, honorable city council members. It would seem unnecessary to have to point out the obvious that the citizens' alternative draft tree protection ordinance is a superior, science-based, visionary proposal that would result in more effective protection of Atlanta's precious tree resources. Rather, I would like to point out that in this time of local, national, and global upheaval, and with the issues of human health, racial, economic, and environmental quality and equality at the forefront of almost every conversation, a seismic shift in policy initiatives is urgently needed. The Atlanta City Council, in the form of a new tree protection guideline, is afforded a rare and perhaps final opportunity to show bold and lasting leadership in choosing a higher road, one that would reap innumerable benefits, including improved health and quality of life for all our citizens for generations to come. Atlanta stands as one of the most unique tree-covered urban centers in America, and that fact is our single most defining and alluring feature, our crown jewel. It only stands to reason that we should be leaders in establishing one of the most progressive and protective tree ordinances in the nation. If we do not, we simply risk fading into obscurity as just another short-sighted American city, overbuilt, overcrowded, and with compromised air and water quality for all. Please support the Citizens' Alternative Draft Proposal, which at its heart seeks to preserve our trees at all costs rather than simply increasing the cost of their removal. I'd like to paraphrase a visionary leader of our time and make the last following statement that we choose to preserve our remaining urban forests not because it's easy, but because it's hard, because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. And because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one that we intend to win. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and decisive action in this matter. Bye.
This is Ron Jackson, and I'm calling in support of the Citizens
alternative draft for tree protection. I've been following the tree protection rewrite for over a year now, I guess, year and a half, maybe around 2 years, I'm not sure. And I was really optimistic and hopeful that something different could come out of the planning committee planning department's work. But it turns out that it's more of the same or even regressive in some respects. It looks like the current proposed planning department draft actually is the green light to taking down trees. You just have to pay a bit more of a fee to do so. I think it just blows me away that Atlanta has got itself to be so friendly to trees and full of trees, could not get together and put out a serious and useful tree ordinance. Why in the world can't developers can certainly, it's not why in the world, developers can certainly accommodate trees if there's a wheel, and there's only going to be a wheel for most of them if there is some legal heft behind it. In other words, you can't do this. If you do it, it's going to be considered. You can't get away with it. Clear cutting your lot and doing whatever you please. So I think the key problem is in larger development where two field lots are just smaller and building space is maximized. And I'm always working with creative design could solve a lot of problems. It's not anti-development, but it's good design development. And surely the city can require good design and maintaining our trees going forward. So I strongly support the citizens' alternative, and with chagrin to see anything less actually masquerade as Atlanta's tree protection ordinance. Thank you very much. Bye. Brian Jackson.
This is Sylvia Atkinson, and I live in Ansley Park, and I'm calling about the tree appeal for the trees at 10 and 14 the Prado. I do not think those trees should be cut down, and I'm very concerned about tree ordinance in general. I think that it should be, Atlanta is a city in a forest, and we're not going to be in a forest anymore if what is underway now continues. If the canopy is at 47% of what it was, where are we going to stop? We need to stop now. And I think that we need for anybody who is going to develop a piece of property to meet with an arborist first, not last, because somebody once tried to hire me, a developer, to run interference with the arborist. So the developers view the arborist as their enemy, somebody to avoid, and we can't have that. Trees are an important legacy in the city of Atlanta, and we've just got to keep them. Doesn't make any sense. We'll just ruin what we are. And it would be a good idea, I think, for trees to be under one umbrella, not some in parks and others in city permits, because I think it's too confusing for everybody. And we need a better tree ordinance. Trees that are magnificent trees need to be protected and not just be able to be removed because they're in the way of construction. Right now, it seems that the city of Atlanta, if something is in the way of construction, it goes, regardless of what a treasure it is. Makes no sense. Things can be done in a different way if anybody is interested and so inclined. And so I just hope that the tree commission needs to be supported and strengthened, and fines need to be significant when this is ignored. Now, I think developers just figure, what the hell, they'll cut it down and deal with paying the small amount of cost later. Needs to be huge, so they won't do it. It's not working. What's there now is not working. It needs to be a whole lot better. Sylvia Atkinson, I live at 165
17th Street in Ansley Park. We need better protection for our trees, especially those two. Sylvia Atkinson, we need to protect trees at 10 and 14 the product. Thank you.
Hi, this is Meredith Walters, and I appreciate the opportunity to leave a comment about the Atlanta tree ordinance draft. I just wanted to say how bad the current draft is. I went to the planning meeting last fall and was very, very disappointed, mostly by the fact that the draft would allow for more trees to be cut down. I know they didn't say that, they don't think that, but if you're not requiring that developers or builders save our best trees, if you're just allowing them to cut whatever they want as long as they pay for it, or supposedly replace it, we're just going to keep losing too many trees. What we really need is a way to protect our best trees. You can't cut down the very best trees. I know I can't save them all, but we can save our best trees. We can get creative. We can design around them. We can find ways to grow and save the most valuable trees by both size and species. And we can reduce the impervious surface and grading that happens that destroys our soils, which are so important for trees, not only the trees we have now, but the ability to grow trees in the future. That soil is super, super important. So I really was disappointed. Don't think the current draft is going to work. Don't think it took in the public input that I heard in the planning meetings at all. It basically would allow for more trees to be cut down, including homeowners being able to cut down trees for no reason. Homeowners should be able to have a danger, but they should need a reason to cut down a tree. What I would like to ask is that council members support the Citizens Alternative Draft. I know some of the people who are contributing to that, and they really know their stuff, and they are committed to balancing growth with preservation of our city's, one of our city's greatest natural resources. Please do the right thing. Don't go with the previous draft. That is not going to please anybody, and it really prioritizes development at the expense of our trees. We can do much, much better. The Citizens Alternative Draft is a step in the right direction, so please consider it. This is a really urgent issue. We've lost so many trees. Trees are the reason that I moved back to Atlanta. I grew up here, but I was in San Francisco for 15 years. One of the reasons I moved back was because of all the trees. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it, and I'll be very curious to see what happens. I'll be paying close attention. Thank you.
My name is Jim Abbott. I'm a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the Urban Ecology Framework. I also chair the Tree Committee for the Inland Park Neighborhood Association. I'm a one-time member of the Trees Atlanta Board of Directors and a more than 20-year volunteer for that organization. At Agnes Scott College, I chaired its Campus Tree Advisory Committee, designed its Arboretum, and co-created the Urban Forest Sustainability and Management Review System for the U.S. Forest Service. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. In March 2019, at her request, I spoke with Heather Allardyce, who at that time was directing the Urban Ecology Framework for Commissioner Tim Keene. What I told her was that rewriting the tree ordinance would be nothing at all like what we've been doing. It would be much, much harder. In the months after we spoke, I watched as the planning process faltered, personnel shakeups on the planning team, dwindling communication from the city, and more a top-down approach that ultimately led to a disastrous public unveiling of the proposed new ordinance. As a city that obviously needs its urban forests, we face three challenges. First is distrust between key city leaders and those who are most actively engaged in improving our stewardship of this urban forest. Second is lack of consensus on the kind of city that we want to hand down to our kids and grandkids. Third is failure of ambition. It seems we'd rather tinker with formulas than embrace a bold vision for how a a much more populous Atlanta will survive summer temperatures reaching 115 degrees and beyond. The only way we can meet these challenges is with leadership from you and the mayor. The March 2020 draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance is not remotely ready for prime time. Let that be known. Let it be known that you will not gamble our children's right to clean air and clean water on shoddy work and possibly complicated policies or untested mechanisms. See to it, please, that the offices of buildings and parks know that you mean for our existing tree ordinance to be aggressively enforced until such time as we have a new law. This extraordinary moment in our nation's history has reminded everyone that in a democracy, the confident leadership of our elected representatives, I hope that the City Council will let it be known that it will not accept anything short of a bold, ambitious plan to help our city remain healthy and prosperous in the difficult times that lie ahead of us.
Hi, this is Marty Green, 798 Yorkshire Road, Atlanta, 30306. I have been attending the work sessions and writing to City Council for over a year about the rewrite of the tree ordinance, and I'm disappointed to read the latest draft, which is yet another reiteration of pay to cut that will be no more than our current ordinance will to protect the tree canopy in Atlanta. We are down to a less than 50% of where we were just 10 years ago in terms of tree canopy, and it's simply not sustainable. We're not going to be the city among the trees if we keep this up. Besides this rewrite that the city has spent well over $1 million on with a bunch of consultants who did nothing but come up with a spreadsheet that changes the cost slightly for developers and basically just moves the cost around. There was a group of citizens and taxpayers that got together to work on a rewrite that has been vetted and talked in front of City Council on several occasions, but apparently has been ignored in the latest draft. I am very disappointed in that and would like the City Council to go back and listen to what the citizens group has to say about tree protection. Our trees are vital to our neighborhoods, to our park systems, to keeping our waterways safe and clean, to keeping our neighborhoods from flooding. And the current pay to cut, which allows developers to increase the cost of the homes that they are selling in the city of Atlanta and the cost of the apartments that they are building, only serves to increase gentrification in the city, which is something that we are all quite disappointed in seeing. So please reject the current draft of the tree protection ordinance. Make sure that future funding for trees stays in the tree department and that we use it to pay for people who are arborists who can actually protect our trees rather than just deciding which developers are going to be. So the fines and recompense need to be realistic for the loss, not something that a developer thinks is just merely a cost of doing business. So I hope you will reject.
Patrick Edmondson, I am very upset at how the city planning department's draft for trees is not good. Please support the citizens' alternative draft and actually support the trees, not the developers in Atlanta. Thank you.
This is Jeanette Yen. I would like you to continue to protect our trees. One tree governs the ecology of an entire ecosystem. Losing one tree will cause that system to collapse. Please support the Citizens Alternative Draft. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie Duke,
and I'm in support of Trees Atlanta, and just wanted to let you know that I am against the senseless removal of our tree canopy to benefit developers. Please, for the future of Atlanta's tree legacy, we need to put the brakes on the extensive tree removal. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Pamela Woodley, and I am calling to ask council members to support the citizens' alternative draft of the tree protection ordinance. I think it is a good balance between tree protection and development, and I am highly opposed to the city planning department draft. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Eileen Sherman. I live in the neighborhood of Pine Hill, and I love having all these trees and animals that are supported by these trees near me. And I want to protest and make a big point about how bad the city planning department's draft is. They're still cutting down trees, you're just making more money. Unconscionable. And I'm asking council members to support the citizens' alternative draft instead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hogan. I'm calling to express strong support for the citizens' alternative draft of the tree protection ordinance. The city planning department draft is terrible. It does not actually protect trees, therefore it does not protect the citizens of the city. As someone whose house has suffered from water damage and all the expenses therein, due to poor restrictions on tree removal, I urge you to support the citizens' alternative draft of the tree protection ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, this is Lisa Frank. Please reject the current draft of the tree ordinance. It is terrible. It does not protect trees and is weaker than what we have. We need to strengthen the tree ordinance to save Atlanta's valuable tree canopy. Please support the citizens' alternative draft, a very thoughtful, excellent alternative to the tree ordinance. Thank you for doing the right thing.
This is Nancy Dillon. I'm a citizen of the city of Atlanta, and I have been for many, many years. And I have watched with horror as trees have been taken down and taken down and taken down, mostly by developers. It's disgusting what happened on the corner of Roswell Road and Slayton Drive. Acres of old growth trees taken out, leveled. Atlanta has always prided itself as being described as the city in the trees. Well, what we're going toward right now is the city in the stumps. Please stop it. Thank you.
My name is Joan Walters. This comment is for city council members. The city planning department's draft of a new tree protection ordinance does not protect trees. It favors developers' interests, not the interests of many citizens who treasure Atlanta's tree canopy. Please support the citizens' alternative draft, which provides stronger protection of trees than the current ordinance by balancing the interests of developers with the preservation of our trees, which enhance our quality of life and health in Atlanta. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tim Cook. I'm from Council District 9. I'm providing comments this morning in support of the Citizens Alternative Tree Ordinance proposal. I think we all know that our city has been rapidly losing trees for the last few decades, and we also know that the current tree ordinance is not working. But I believe that the proposed tree ordinance from the city doesn't provide the fundamental protections that are needed to change that. And for that reason, I believe the citizens' proposal, which has the support and development of a number of organizations and businesses throughout the city, is a much more comprehensive plan and an effective plan to protect the tree canopy. So I would ask that you please take the time to consider this alternative proposal and vote for it if you can. Thank you. Bye.
This is Linda Lita
I'm calling to tell you how bad the city planning department draft is, and they ask the council members to support the citizens' alternative draft, which is far superior. We need to save our trees. They help with absorbing rainwater, which prevents flooding, and it's the beauty alone, what it does for people just being out among the forest, the trees. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Gentry. I live in the East Lake neighborhood of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask that you please support the Citizens Alternative Draft of the tree ordinance, the tree protection ordinance. The draft from the planning department is not strong enough to protect trees. It does charge more to cut them down, but that means people will just pay more and then still cut them down. So what we need is the proper balance of protecting trees and allowing smart development. And the Citizens Alternative Draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance does a much better job than that. So thank you very much for hearing my input.
My name is Sejal Patel. Being born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia all my life, I'm very concerned about the current tree canopy that we have in Atlanta. It seems like we keep dwindling and no longer becoming the city in the forest. I'm please asking that you make fines and make these developers really work on their proposals and be fined for taking down trees that don't need to be taken down. We don't need to become one big landscape with no trees and no canopy. It would make flying into Atlanta miserable to look at. So please, 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 I love the city and I love the trees that we have. Please keep our trees. Please make developers replant and please make it strong for the tree enforcement to occur. Without that, we will lose what we have as a beautiful city. Thank you.
Hello, this is Robin Davis, and I live in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask the council members to please support the Citizens Alternative Tree Ordinance Draft because it balances tree protection and development, unlike the proposed Atlanta Planning Department current draft, which is actually much, much worse than the one that we have now. So please consider this comment. I feel very, very strongly about protecting trees in Atlanta. And again, I'm just wanted to ask the council members to please support the Citizens Alternative Draft and really do something to protect trees, which are Atlanta's identity, visual identity, and it's so important to the future of our great city. Thanks so much for taking my comment.
Hello, this is Josette Murray. I live in Capitol View in southwest Atlanta, an area that has few trees alongside the sidewalks, and I really miss them. I understand the new ordinance is equating more money and charges for cutting down trees to better enhance lifestyle, and it is not. Save, it reduces global warming, raises real property values, and is more environmentally responsible than simply raising the charges for cutting down trees, which is extremely short-sighted and environmentally irresponsible. Please support the Citizens Draft Ordinance for a better Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, this is Christy Manasso. I'm a Decatur citizen calling about the Citizens Alternative Draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance. This is a terrible draft, and I would like for the council members to support the Citizens Alternative Draft. The planning department does not protect trees. It merely charges more to cut them down. Planning department's proposed TPO draft does not solve this problem. The draft draft is regressive, it's weaker than the existing ordinance. It repeals protection of trees in the setbacks, stream buffers, wetlands, and environmentally sensitive areas. Tree loss and increased impervious surfaces equals more stormwater flooding and cost to us taxpayers. Development without balanced tree protection feeds inequity across Atlanta. Trees and urban forests protect public health. This is urgent. Our city depends on better tree protection now.
Hi, this is Veronique Perrault. I would like to leave a message for this tree protection ordinance. The current city planning department draft is really bad. It's really weak. It's weaker than the previous one, while we need something that's stronger and better crafted. I ask the council members to please support the citizens' alternative draft. We need to keep our urban forest and our trees for our health, the health of the city. It's way more expensive to have more impervious surface and more stormwater and flooding. And maybe worst of all, to have less trees increases the disparity between various neighborhoods in Atlanta. Poor neighborhoods need their trees even more than rich neighborhoods need their trees. Thank you very much.
This is Nancy Porteous. I am a longtime city resident calling to ask that you please use the alternative draft to improve Atlanta's tree ordinance. It's well understood by most of us that the present laws do not adequately protect one of our best resources. Developers are cutting down magnificent specimens all over Atlanta just to add sometimes small additions to their plans that can be handled differently with a little creativity. In my own neighborhood, I have witnessed the terrible results of this lack of regard for our precious canopy. We need to place more importance to the one attribute that brings so much to the value of the property in our city. If we fail to take this opportunity now, there will be devastating results. A good number of experts have examined Atlanta's present ordinance and have come up with a fair and comprehensive plan for the rewrite. Use that plan and make us proud. Be true leaders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justin Golsher. I'm calling in regards to the tree ordinance. The upcoming tree ordinance should not apply to projects that are already in the system. We've had significant delays with the planning department because they canceled the public hearings for our parking reduction variance. Therefore, the whole permitting process has slowed down and this new tree ordinance should not apply to projects where we've already come into the city and we've met with the city, we've had a concept review committee meeting. We should not be penalized for new rules if we are already in the system. This is critical to create jobs at Southside Industrial Park. We're developing a 200,000 square foot modular construction manufacturing operation. We hope to employ over 400 people at this location, and it's absolutely critical that this new tree ordinance does not apply to us so we can go ahead and move forward with our plans. There have been significant delays on this, and therefore you guys should also push back any vote on this until later this year because we've had significant delays with COVID. Thank you very much.
Cynthia Patterson. Atlanta's planning department has proposed a weak tree ordinance that protects existing trees less than the current tree protection ordinance. The number one top priority is to protect existing trees, canopy, and soil. The revised Atlanta tree protection ordinance should encourage collaboration across city departments to protect more trees, treat trees and forests as important infrastructure like an electrical grid or sewers, plan to save trees at the beginning of the development process, preserve our best and oldest trees growing in undisturbed soils, reduce grading and impervious surfaces, protect the soil in which trees live, increase enforcement. Thank you.
My name is Pam Boucher. I live close to the East Lake MARTA station. I am calling to, in opposition to the current City Planning Department's draft tree protection ordinance. It is actually weaker than the current ordinance, so I don't know why the council would be entertaining it. It doesn't protect trees. It actually just charges more to cut them down. And it repeals a lot of the protections that currently exist here. I believe that tree protection is really important for health, for equity in our community, and just for environmental. Just think about the trees and during the pandemic and walks and things and how important that has been to all of us here. I would ask the council members to support the citizens' alternative draft, which really strikes a great balance between tree protection and development. I am not saying that I am against development, but I do believe that things can be balanced. So please support the citizens' alternative draft. It's a great document. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Fries, and I'm calling about the tree removal on 10 the Prado and 14 the Prado. A developer wants to come in and basically clear cut the lot. And, you know, it's absolutely ridiculous that that is allowed to happen in this city, where the tree canopy is so important and the tree ordinance is so important to protect these trees. And developers should not be allowed to do this. On another note, this developer is coming into a neighborhood that's on the National Registry of Historic Places and trying to merge a lot, which is not allowed. It destroys the historic fabric of this neighborhood, and it's destroying Atlanta. Like, Atlanta is all about its trees and its historic neighborhoods. And, you know, the Beltline overlay zoning is just making the problem worse by adding density to neighborhoods where, again, these developers see dollar signs and they just want to come in and clear cut. And it's not right. It is not right. Please protect our trees. Thank you.
My name is Wendy Hogg. I'd like to leave a comment about the new tree ordinance draft, especially the citizens' alternative draft, which I think is very important. We cannot continue to cater to just development. We are known as, Atlanta is known as the city in the forest, and the way that the city has been currently managing its tree ordinance, we are going to end up as the city in the saplings, because the city seems to be interested in nothing more than developing at the expense of the trees and the climate and the environment as a whole. So I strongly encourage the city to take into consideration the citizens' alternative draft and listen to our needs, not the needs of the developers. Thank you.
This is Shirley Adams. I grew up in Decatur, Georgia. I believe quality of life, and we all know that quality of life is improved by trees. And surprisingly, public safety is improved by trees. So we need a much stronger tree protection ordinance than the one that's been proposed. The citizens' version is much improved and much better for our future. And I just want to say that my childhood was enriched by a huge magnolia tree that was in our front yard, and also by a good-sized peach tree that was in the backyard. I'm betting that you too have a tree in your history that made your childhood better, and I hope that your vote on a tree ordinance will make trees an important and rich and healthy part of the future of the children that are now in Atlanta and those to come. So vote carefully to protect our trees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carl Fowler. I'm a resident of Sherwood Forest in the Midtown area of Atlanta. I'm concerned because I've reviewed the draft TPO from the planning department, and I'm concerned that it not only doesn't adequately protect trees, but in fact waters down the protections
and allows for wholesale cutting of trees on parcels. It's particularly troubling for me. Sherwood Forest is a neighborhood undergoing a lot of new development where oftentimes the first thing to be done is spec developers will cut down all but one tree that satisfies the DBH requirements for zoning. And the setbacks are not being adequately enforced when it comes to tree removal. So there are several fronts on which the existing tree ordinance is not being adequately enforced, nor is the draft TPO agreement satisfactorily addressing those issues. So there are stronger changes that need to be made. Please consider the citizens draft. Thank you very much.
My name is Nancy Thompson, and I am a public health professional, and I work in the area of mental health as well. I also have a small business in Atlanta, and I am calling to say that I really hope that council members will support the alternative draft for the tree ordinance, because I moved to Atlanta because of the trees, and I feel like the city planning department's draft is a really terrible draft. Urban forest is so important to our physical and our mental health, and the fact that this new city planning department draft actually does not protect trees to the same degree that they have been in the past, let alone improve our protection of the trees, is really disturbing to me. So I hope that you will please support the Citizens Alternative draft and help protect our trees, which will help our physical and our mental health. God knows during COVID, this is a time we need that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Murphy. I have lived, played, and worked in Atlanta, Georgia for the past 25 years. I'm calling to express my support for the Citizens Alternative draft of the Tree Protection Ordinance. I'm calling to make sure that you support it. The City Planning Department's version is actually weaker than the current tree ordinance. It's only charging more to cut down trees, which has been proven not to be a deterrent. It also weakens the protected trees that are in wetlands and stream buffers, and those are critical trees that we need to keep. Trees are an important component in combating climate change, the heat index, which is increasingly a problem, and also air quality. Please do your part to decrease impervious surfaces and protect our air quality and lower the temperatures, which will also lower energy costs by supporting this Citizens Alternative draft. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Susan Darrow, and thank you for letting me have the opportunity to comment. I'm a native Atlantan who left for college and graduate studies, and then I made Atlanta my home 45 years ago. Over this time, I have seen our in-town neighborhoods lose their plentiful tree canopy that was so much appreciated for its beauty and its contribution to a healthy environment and the health of all our citizens. Gentrification, infill housing, careless development has resulted in a significant loss of trees. This has meant more stormwater, more flooding, and higher costs to taxpayers, all of which we have personally experienced, especially these last 20 years. After having read the Planning Department's Tree Protection Ordinance, which will, in fact, contribute to tree loss, not to mention more inequality across Atlanta, I'm asking you today to support the Citizens Alternative Draft Tree Ordinance, which brings balance to the protection of trees and the continued need for development. Thank you very much.
My name is Eva Nason. I live at 1743 Hartford Street in Atlanta.
I ask that you support the citizens' alternative draft of the tree ordinance. The one that is being proposed by the planning department as replacement for the very poor one we have had for so long will allow for greater destruction of Atlanta's tree canopy than our very poor previous one. Atlanta's tree canopy provides many critical public and environmental services to the city, and it is the primary environmental asset that Atlanta has. Our city has no ocean or lakefront, no mountainscapes, no great river running through it. What it has had as asset is the extensiveness of its older growth tree canopy, which is being allowed to fast disappear. Atlanta will become a poor thing indeed when it becomes like so many of our largest, most important cities, which lost their forest to development, but could look toward other environmental assets. We have no other environmental asset, no other environmental claim to fame. Planting young trees will not give us in our lifetime what 100 years of growth produced. Destroy the older growth canopy, and we will be an unremarkable city indeed. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Shalandra Henry. I live in the city of Atlanta and have been a resident property owner for the last 20 years, actually even longer than that. One of the things that I love about our city is our tree canopy, and I hope that we are being very thoughtful about how we protect it and continue the growth in the city. I'm all about smart development and development that protects our environment. So I encourage hope that that the council members will support the citizens' alternative draft. One of the things that I also want to see is protection of and including more stormwater and flooding, is against flooding in the city of Atlanta. We need our trees, so please be very thoughtful as we look to protect our urban forest. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Joy Martin, and I appreciate the opportunity to express my views concerning the City Planning Department's draft of the tree ordinance. And I'm asking the City Council members please not to support the City Planning Department's draft, but rather to look at the citizens' hard-worked alternative draft plan, because the Planning Department's draft is merely really charging more. It's not really changing and protecting trees. Also, I'm very concerned about the stream buffers, the wetlands, environmentally sensitive areas that trees are so important to protect. And it's also a protection for people, for the stormwater and flooding and the cost for taxpayers like myself. And of course, now more than ever, we are seeing the need for equity across Atlanta and climate change. And trees will provide some of the protections needed to keep areas cool, to keep the air clean, and to keep our citizens healthy. Please, please select the right, clear decisions on the citizens' alternative draft. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling to support the Citizens Alternative Draft for the Tree Protection Ordinance. This draft is so much better than the City Planning Draft since it protects trees and is a better solution than the current City Planning Draft, since there's a balance between tree protection and development. The current City Planning Department's draft is unacceptable. It actually is weaker than the existing ordinance. It will roll back protection of trees, things like stream buffers, wetlands, and environmentally sensitive areas. It will lead to more stormwater flooding and runoff, which is a cost to taxpayers like me. The planning department draft does not actually protect protect trees. It just charges more to cut them down. So I am asking the City Council and my City Council member, Carla Smith, to strongly support the citizens' alternative draft, to not support the city planning draft, which is unacceptable, and ask them to hear this out in the committee meeting on Thursday and to support it going forward. So please support the citizens' alternative draft. Thanks. My name is Tim Langlois, and I live in Cornwood Park.
This is Georgia Schley Ritchie. I live in Ansley Park, and I am very concerned about the trees going down all over Atlanta. I think that Atlanta taxpayers want to protect trees from the removal that we're seeing with all these trees going down. I understand that a citizen group has stepped up to propose an alternate ordinance, and I support this. The Tree Trust Fund needs to be fully reinstated and used for the purposes it was designed for, not for people's salaries or for equipment. We need to save our trees in Atlanta. That's what Atlanta is known for, is being a city full of trees. So all the tree issues need to be under one umbrella, not some in parks, not others in city permits. The tree canopy is going down at an alarming rate. It's 47% of what it was, and we have to stop this. Trees are important to our health, noise abatement, air quality. We have to ensure that any trees that are taken down are replanted by developers at a level that replenishes the canopy. The Tree Commission needs to be supported and strengthened, and fines and recompensation needs to be realistic for the law, not what we have now, a penny on the inch. It's too easy for builders or developers to say it's a cost of doing business. Let's make this tree ordinance have teeth and make it count. Trees are the legacy of Atlanta. Please help save our trees.
Hello, my name is Wendy Kirkpatrick, and I'm a resident at 22 The Prado Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309 in the Ansley Park neighborhood. I moved into Atlanta, and in particular into Ansley Park, in part because of the beautiful mature trees. And I was so impressed by the tree ordinance when I read it from the city of Atlanta. However, I'm continually dismayed that the tree ordinance is routinely overturned anytime a developer is willing to pay a little bit of recompense. They could tear down the beautiful mature trees and sometimes replace them with much smaller trees, and sometimes the trees don't get replaced at all. So it really seems like the ordinance is not being upheld as the law. Rather, the building code wins out every time. And I am actually part of an appeal right now on the removal of trees next door to me at 10 and 14 The Prado, where a developer proposes to remove all of them except for, I think, 2 very small trees, and basically remove a couple of hundred inches of diameter of trees and replace them with just a few. And it's not right, and I'm hoping something is going to be changed and the tree ordinance will actually be upheld, and it will be very difficult to remove big, beautiful, healthy trees simply because somebody wants to. So thank you very much for hearing us, and I hope that change will be made.
All right, everyone. This is Matt Westmoreland. I want to thank the members of the public who called in and offered their thoughts on all this. I also want to thank my colleagues who are still with us, Council members Archibald, Smith, Bond, and Winslow, were able to remain throughout the entire presentation today. Before officially adjourning, I thought I would go ahead and ask if any of you have any closing comments that you would like to make. If so, please go ahead and speak up.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for a good hearing. I look forward to getting the information that we have requested and the continuing dialogue as we move forward on producing an ordinance that will maintain fairness and the beauty of our city. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Great meeting, great public work session in these trying times.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmember Winslow. I enjoyed listening to the public. It They came from all sides of town, so that was good.
Yep.
Everybody was
Yep.
represented.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just like to add that this was a great start, and wondering if we know what our next step is, exactly how is that to unfold.
Yeah, and so this is the end of June. We've got a lot of, and the folks in the planning department referenced it earlier, and if you all are still on the line and would like to share your thoughts, please do so as well. From my perspective, we have a draft that came out in March with a department that had already started to make modifications even on the draft that we have. I think the conversations around moving the conversations much earlier in the process was just one of the ways that we have already started to see a lot of things shifting. Between now and the end of September, when we have a second concrete draft in our hands, I think from my perspective, what makes the most sense is kind of how Andrew described it at the end of his comments, which is taking what we have. We heard a lot of great ideas and commentary from 3 folks from the community, in addition to the 82 who left voicemails. I've received several messages and emails during the course of this work session saying, I love the direction that planning is moving. I love the feedback that the citizens offered. And so there's just a lot more conversations that need to happen between all the different people who spoke today that get us to a second draft. And so I can check our calendar and remind myself of when the next planning presentation is to CDHS. That might be an opportunity between now and a second draft to kind of do a check-in, depending on when that is. And if not, I suspect that Commissioner King would be more than willing to come and provide a briefer update at some point between now and the end of September when we have something to share to the body. But having said all that, I'm curious about your thoughts too. Yeah.
Well, I think that sounds fine, but I think I was also wanting to get to the space where there was the draft and then there was a presentation and they weren't quite the same, and then making sure that the engagement of the public is robust enough that those natural stakeholders are in fact invited to have meaningful engagement, and we can have a draft that is reflective of all of the commentary. And I don't know what the behind-the-scenes interface between the department and those stakeholders are. I did hear Commissioner King talk about the builders, and I just don't know how those pieces all get together for the second draft rolls out, and then we decide as a committee how we're going to react to that draft, be another work session or however we decide to move forward. So it's those sort of sausage-making sort of pieces that I'm wondering about.
Yep. Andrew, I know you're still on the call. Will you talk to us a little bit about the, I know that you and the folks who presented today have I think you said it's recently this week, been in conversations. And so from your perspective, what does the additional stakeholder feedback look like before we get to the place where we start actually drafting the second draft?
We've got, we've got a meeting tomorrow with the head of the Atlanta chapter of Georgia Home Builders Association. And then we're trying to schedule a meeting with the larger Georgia Home Builders. Council for Quality Growth has been one of the stakeholder groups that we use from the commercial building side, so we want to circle back around with them. But I'm hesitant to do so until we have a couple more steps towards some more definitive answers towards what they're going to want to know. They're going to want to know a little bit more specifics than we have at this moment, and those will be worked out. I think as I explained somewhat during the presentation, this, we realized that the scoring and value system that we had in the current ordinance just didn't function as we had intended it to. And so we are, in the course of looking for new ways to approach the same goal. The citizens group that put this draft together offered their proposal for a new draft with a lot of other pieces. But for the most part, I think the scoring system and preservation system, I think can be melded nicely with the other components that we still feel strongly positive about. And I think that a few more discussions, we can start getting some hard numbers on what those preservation thresholds and whatnot would be, which is, it does get fairly technical because when you're looking at lot sizes and lot coverage, you have to consider the zoning and the allowances of the trees and how you factor in a lot of other things. So there's a little bit of finesse in those numbers. We won't get them exactly right before we talk to the home builders, but we need to be in a kind of the same ballpark so there's not wildly different viewpoints on what the materials we're looking at. So I think that, within a couple of weeks, we should be able to have those numbers and have, really strong conversations with the development community. We need to reach out. There's a lot of other environmental groups and nonprofits in the city that we've been talking to, like Conservation Fund and Trees Atlanta and Nature Conservancy. So we need to circle back around with them too. We've got a technical advisory committee and a citizen stakeholder committee that we've been using throughout the urban ecology framework, the whole 2 years or so of it, that we also, check back in with. So we've got, and what we have done is basically scheduled meetings with, we've had some joint meetings with the citizen stakeholder advisory and the technical advisory committee. We've joined those meetings. We've had neighborhood meetings in the past. So I think we'll start reviving those. The public meeting question has just recently kind of been figured out. So we haven't put a lot of thought into the public engagement until recently, partially because we were still kind of revising our standards. We want to go back with vague answers once again.
If I can just,
more of an answer than you wanted to hear.
Well, no, here, Andrew, I think you did a great job with this presentation versus what the nightmare that happened over at the technical college. So that was, thank you for the thoughtful presentation. And I think the last thing you said is trying to get to the public engagement piece is critical. And I would like to have a roadmap, understand what steps have been taken in the direction that you're going in as a department so that we don't just know at the end of the process, but we know as you're developing that engagement process. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'd love to put that. I'd love to take a few days to put that together for you, if we could.
Okay, thanks.
Hi,
all right.
I don't know if you hear me. And Mr. Chair, I had one quick comment. I'm not sure if it's a comment or a question, but just something for the department to think about. In some cases, in a couple of places in District 4, there have been some trees planted, and for some reason there's a manhole cover that's on the sidewalk instead of in the street. So why that happened, I don't know, over around the AU Center. And the roots of the trees, that are probably about 15 years old, have lifted up the trunk of the manhole cover, and eventually it's probably going to break into that line. So my question is, can we make sure that when tree plantings are done along the right-of-way, and I don't know how this needs to be done, that they're not placed, the trees aren't placed too closely to our catch basins so that the tree roots, they're looking for water, and they start going into, tree roots are very, very strong, and they start going into, into our piping system and breaking that down. Or trees are put in that may uproot sidewalks. So is that something that's been talked about? That's kind of in the weeds. That's kind of down the line. But I just wanted to just throw that out.
Yeah, we haven't gotten down into that level of detail. There's a lot of things are moving a little bit faster than we had thought that they would. So we didn't have time to put all the final details like planting standards. There's more to flesh out in there. But we wanted to get the big pieces out there in front of people.
Right, I got you. Yes, that's a smaller piece, but I just want to, make sure that as the city's spending money, that it's not being compromised by trees being placed too close to, catch basins
Right.
and and those types of things. So I just wanted to throw that out. But it was a good conversation today.
It was,
Yeah.
and there are
Thank you.
many more conversations to be had by all of us in this day ahead. I'm going to go ahead and close us out here, but I appreciate everyone's comments. We stand adjourned, and I will be in touch with everybody as we talk about next steps. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.